Okay, we're live. We're back live again. We're going to start our committee of the whole meeting a little bit early, but we'll still, the delegation, the number of items for the delegations will hold off. We really only have a couple extra minutes in any event, but we do have such a full agenda today that anytime we can garner is something that we should do. So welcome to the Committee of the Whole meeting. Due to COVID-19 pandemic, Regional Council is practicing physical distancing. Most members of Council are virtual. Chair Redmond and myself are here in the chamber. I want to do a land acknowledgement to start off. I would like to acknowledge that the land on which we gather virtually today is the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee and the Anishinaabe and Neutral people. We acknowledge the enduring presence of the Indigenous people with whom we share this land today, their achievements and their contributions to our community. And now I'd like to ask Chair Redmond for a statement that she has prepared.
Thank you, Chair Galloway. As Canada Day approaches, residents across Waterloo region prepare to reflect on our country. It is important to remember that Canada Day is not about fireworks, it is about people. For many, Canada Day is a day of gratitude and celebration. Gratitude for immigration, gratitude for the sacrifices of previous generations, and gratitude for the services and community offered by our country. But it's also a time for us to celebrate and welcome new Canadians for whom July 1st is of special significance. Canada Day is also a day for pause and reflection. It is a reminder of the inequitable treatment experienced by many communities throughout our history. This includes the treatment of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis communities and their ancestral lands that we now call home and with whom we share this land. As the past year has demonstrated, discrimination is not only a part of our past, it is also part of our present. Work remains to be done in our institutions and our society to address homophobia, transphobia, biphobia, anti-Black racism, Islamophobia, racism, or discrimination of any kind. Whether you choose to celebrate or pause and reflect, or both, your decision is respected. Canada Day is an opportune time for listening to what Canada means to your neighbors and community members. Only in coming together, acknowledging the past, the truth, and supporting and respecting one another can we move forward with hope for our future. Thank you, Chair.
Well, thank you very much, Chair Redmond, for that statement. Well done. I'll now ask the committee clerk, Jessica Rudy, to perform the roll call.
Chair Galloway.
Present.
Councillor Armstrong.
Present.
Councillor Clark.
Present.
Councillor Erb.
Present.
Councillor Foxton.
Present.
Councillor Harris.
Present.
Councillor Jaworski. Councillor Jaworski. Oh, thank you. Councillor Jowett.
Present.
Councillor Kiefer.
Present.
Councillor Rentz.
I'm here.
Councillor McGarry.
Present.
Councillor Nowak.
Present.
Chair Redmond.
Present.
Councillor Shantz.
Present.
Councillor Strickland.
Here.
And Councillor Vrvanovich.
Present.
All present except for Councillor Jaworski.
Okay, thank you. We'll now have a motion to reconvene an open session. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Strickland and Councillor Clark, and please use your icons to vote, yes or no. And that's carried. Thank you very much. Any declarations of pecuniary interest to declare? Councillor Jowett. Councillor Jowett.
Apologize. I'd like to draw council and staff's attention to item 912, report PDL CPL 2133, the regional official plan. It's housekeeping amendment number 5. I understand that this is for information. However, I would like to draw attention to my conflict of interest as set out to our clerk's department, leadership staff, and council earlier this week.
Okay, so noted. Councillor Shantz.
Thank you. I have a conflict on report number CSD-HOU-21/COR-TRY-21-53 new affordable rental housing. My husband is consulting with Spruce Lawn Apartments for their expansion.
Okay, so noted. Councillor Harris.
Yes, I too have would like to declare an indirect conflict of interest on item 9.3, the same report number that Councillor Shantz highlighted there. The subject matter is new affordable rental housing due to the nature of my employment at Vandal Construction.
Okay, those are noted. We're now got a presentation, and I'll ask Mr. Arsenault to make that presentation. John, are you with us? Or Kathleen Barsoom? Yes, Kathleen's doing it.
Well, we're very pleased. Waste is very pleased to announce that we have won the Gold Award, the Peony Gold Award for our virtual tour based on the wildly popular public tours that we do of the landfill. We wanted to increase our online presence, and we prepared and created a virtual tour of the recycling center and the landfill and all of our waste operations. And we welcome residents to come and tour all of our sites from the comfort of their own home. So this award thanks all of the waste staff that were involved in this project.
Well, that's really great, Kathleen, and I just wish sometimes we could bottle your enthusiasm and sell it. It would go for a lot of money, but this is certainly a well-deserved award, I think, for the Waste Management Division and of course for the region of Waterloo, because I think we just do a tremendous job in this particular regard. So congratulations, Kathleen, to you and your group. And of course, to all of Waste Management for this great the work that has led up to this award.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks very much, Kathleen. Okay, so the next matter we're going to deal with is a COVID update, and I'll turn it over to Dr. Wong.
Thank you, Councillor or Chair Galloway. Good morning, Council. Thank you, Kathy. And we'll go to the next slide. So I will start with the key messages. One, at this time, our case rates are not continuing to accelerate, but our situation remains extremely fragile. 2, Delta is widely circulating in Waterloo region and will continue to target individuals and groups who are mostly unimmunized. 3, close contact continues to be the most common risk factor. And 4, therefore, we need to continue to accelerate first and second doses and protect one another by diligently practicing our public health measures. Next slide, please. In regards to the Delta variant, case rates in Waterloo region continue to be elevated. A high number of individuals are currently in hospital, and the number of outbreaks is increasing. These hospitalization and outbreak trends are not unexpected and normally lag newly reported case numbers. Our situation remains extremely fragile. Numbers will likely remain elevated in the near future. Next slide, please. Regarding close contact, the most common way COVID-19 is spread in Waterloo region continues to be through close contact. Since April 1st, close contact transmission has accounted for more cases than all other transmission types combined. you can spread COVID-19 before you know you have it. This underscores the importance of avoiding close contact with those outside of your immediate household or one other household exclusively if you live alone. In the presence of others outside of your household, please remember 3 things. 1, keep a distance. 2, wear a face covering. And 3, only hold gatherings outdoors. Next slide, please. My final slide. Delta is widely circulating. It spreads very quickly, and it will continue to target individuals and groups who are mostly unimmunized. Vaccines are our most powerful tool and are very effective against severe illness and hospitalization. Nearly 75% of adults have received 1 dose, and almost 19% are now fully immunized. You can switch between Moderna and Pfizer safely. Both are mRNA vaccines. Both have a similar safety profile. Both are highly and equally effective. They're like twins. Thank you. Happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Wong. Any questions, Councillor Schatz?
Yeah, just a really quick one, if you don't mind. In terms of the Delta variant that's circulating, excuse me, can you relate that to whether people have been vaccinated or unvaccinated?
Yeah, the findings continue to support the fact that most of the cases are among unvaccinated individuals. A small percentage is among those who have only received 1 dose, and then rarely there are those that have received 2 doses but are still infected. So that's what we see not only in our local numbers, but that's also what we see across Ontario. That's also what we see in other jurisdictions like the UK. These vaccines are very effective, but of course, if you're only counting cases, you are going to find from time to time some people who are partially or fully immunized who get it just because there is widespread circulation of the virus, and it targets those who are mostly unimmunized and in less frequent circumstances, those who are protected with only 1 dose or rarely with both doses.
Thank you.
Councillor Harris?
Thank you, Doctor, for the update. I do have 2 questions. One, you talk about outbreaks and clusters, and I'm wondering if you can speak to a bit more specifics. I know I've been asked several times, to people's surprise, on how this is impacting our region more so than what we see across the province, kind of maybe elaborate on, where you're particularly seeing, this issue, and if it is in fact, with in certain areas within the region. And then 2, I did hear that there were mobile, vaccination units out and about in our community. I'm wondering if you can just follow up on the provincial resources that are now assisting our community, how long those will be in place, and what they're doing and where they're doing it.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you, Councillor Harris, for the question. So if I start with the first one, we're actually seeing cases across the region. And this is not surprising due to the spread of Delta. Delta spreads very quickly. We tend to see cases or clusters of cases, mostly among those who are unimmunized. That's really the pattern. So really, it's the same risk factors that we see, as we've always seen during the pandemic, such as close contact, except that it spreads very quickly, and so numbers rise very quickly. So it's not really contained to any specific settings or groups of people. It's really the common denominator is really people that are mostly unimmunized. So that's why we have to all be extremely diligent. We have to not only double down on acceleration of first and second doses, we have to double down on continuing to practice our public health precautions. In regards to the second point, so yes, so the ministry teams are supposed to come and assist us shortly. You know, I'm not sure of the exact dates right now. I know it's being worked on, but you know, they should be in our region shortly. Most of the effort really is going to continue to be our teams and the efforts that we've had, but the ministry teams will definitely assist. What we've had to date is a situation where we have gotten out the vaccine, you know, as quickly as we've gotten it in. So we've had our clinics booked, and what the additional vaccine from the province will allow us to do is to open more slots, expand hours of operation, and add some options for walk-in as well, because we're going to get more doses to be able to expand the slots for vaccination, and the ministry teams will also help us get out that additional vaccine faster. So I believe that, you know, additional information will be coming today, later this week, about the updates that we'll be able to make to our clinics due to this additional resourcing from the province. But until now, we've been very tight in terms of, you know, offering the amount of spots that we've been able to offer due to the supply, and going forward, that will increase due to the increased supply, for which the ministry will assist us in getting out in getting out quicker.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Urbanovic.
Thank you very much, Chair Galloway, and thank you, Dr. Wong, for your update and the ongoing work of you and Deputy Chief Hilton and the team on this. Couple questions. I know one of the ones that, you know, I've been hearing is, you know, with the Delta variant and it's, you know, how much it spreads and so on, there has been some question in the community about, are we doing enough to manage, you know, ensuring the quarantine of both those who have obviously been determined to have acquired the virus, but those who are suspected cases, in order to try to limit any potential spread in the community. Because it you know, I think as Councillor Harris was saying, it just, people are surprised when they look at our community in relation to, you know, Peel, Toronto, and so on. Because if you start actually looking at it on a per 100K, you know, 100,000 K population, those numbers are even more alarming.
Yes, I can understand the surprise, Councillor, for Benedict. But what's happening here could happen anywhere. You know, we're actually the canary in the coal mine in terms of what can happen when Delta takes off and spreads throughout a community. It's similar to what we're seeing in the UK. So it's not because there's something particular about Waterloo region. It's really because you are mixing the usual risk factors plus the spread of Delta, which is circulating here more than most other regions. So this can, you know, we saw this in wave 2, for example, that the B117 or the Alpha variant, as it's now known, was doing that in particular in the GTA. You know, that's really what is happening here. The Delta has gotten a foothold. It's spreading quickly and widely, and it's really looking for any vulnerability. And there is still vulnerability in our region because there are still there's still a proportion of people that are unimmunized. So it will continue to circulate and continue likely to keep numbers elevated for some time. And so there's only really two ways to push back against Delta, and that's through immunization as well as continuing to really take seriously the precautions that we all have to continue to maintain, to help protect one another. Sorry, I didn't answer your second question. Could you remind me what it was again?
It was really the main question, and then you have touched on it, is are there things we can do more to manage those who are in quarantine or should be in quarantine because of suspected exposure?
Yeah, our case on contact hasn't changed. It's still, we still do very diligent case and contact management, and our ability to case and contact management has not been compromised. We continue to meet all ministry benchmarks in terms of time to follow up, but we need to rely on people as well to continue to do what they need to do. We can't watch people 24/7. It remains important for everyone to continue to respect the quarantine requirements. The people that they put most at risk are others that are close to them. That's what we see. When it spreads, it mostly spreads to their friends and their families with whom they've been in close contact. But yes, our case in contact and outbreak management protocols and our execution of them hasn't changed, and we don't have issues with them at this time. Our caseloads are still manageable, but it's important for everyone, in addition to the cases and the contacts, it's important for everyone to really be diligent about their practices. People should not think that, they're not going to be affected, that it's only affecting certain groups of people or in certain parts of the region. It is circulating widely, and it's affecting all kinds of people, really mostly those that are unimmunized, or to a lesser extent who have been partially immunized with only one dose, which is why we have to all take this very seriously and continue to practice our public health precautions very diligently, and then take the first vaccine appointment that becomes available to us to either do a first dose or to complete our series.
Okay, the last question I have, and obviously, getting more vaccine and the mobile units and so on are going to be important. Are important. I've certainly been advocating, as in addition to Chair Redmond, on this in my communication with both the Premier and others. My question to you is, we know that socioeconomically disadvantaged people, by the data, have seen higher incidence of COVID. And anecdotally, I'm also hearing that they're the ones who are struggling to get in for appointments. For various reasons, 3 part-time jobs, the hours don't match up, challenges to get there in between the jobs. Is there anything more that we can be doing in terms of hours of service, locating in those neighborhoods close to their home, particularly as the mobile units come, to try to make it as easy as possible for those folks to be able to get vaccinated?
Yes, Councillor Urbanovic, thank you for those questions. Yes, those are all the considerations that our outreach and engagement team, coordinated by Fazia Bog and Connie McDonald, are looking at. And, implementing into the rollout of these clinics. For example, we have been and continue to work with those more impacted communities on the design of those of those clinics. People receive direct reach outs and assistance with booking for those clinics. And, there continues to be outreach to members of that community from their own members. So those are examples of, there is a very conscientious approach to the higher risk communities that is co-designed with the communities themselves. But certainly all the things that you have mentioned are things that Fawzia Connie and her team are taking into consideration. And yes, there are already plans in place to accelerate second dose appointments, as well as facilitate more first doses being delivered to those high priority neighborhoods.
Yeah, and so I just really can't emphasize the importance of that, because I know the issues are, they find out on Saturday that what their work schedule is for the following week. They can't, they may have an appointment, but now all of a sudden can't come for it. They work, part-time hours of, end up working 10, 12 hours a day. And so an hour by bus in each direction to get to a clinic just isn't feasible for them. So I think we need to make it as practical as possible. So I really encourage you and the team to look at that with those added resources. Thank you again for all the great work you're doing.
Thank you.
Okay, I have nobody else, but I did want to ask Dr. Wong, although I think maybe it's probably more likely that Ms. McDonald or one of the others on the team might want to answer my question. And that is, you mentioned, of course, and it's been well publicized now, that most of the new positive cases that we're having are coming for people who are totally like unvaccinated people, not even their first dose. And so when you look at the demographic information on the dashboard and track it on a daily basis, you can pretty well see that for the age group 60, 70, and 80 plus, the first doses for those groups has more or less stalled out, somewhere between 80 and 85%. So it still means that there's 20 to 15% in those age groups who are particularly susceptible or to more serious illness that are completely unvaccinated. And the take up on first vaccines for those groups is really, really marginal at this point in time, it appears. Just a handful of people each day, it appears, in those age groups are getting their first doses. So I'm curious, I know we've had this discussion before, but I'm wondering what strategy there is. I know that at the federal level and at the provincial level, there's likely going to be some privileges or lack of privileges, travel privileges, potentially crossing the border only if you are double vaccinated and those kinds of things. And I'm not sure there's much that our local municipality can do in that regard in terms of things that only vaccinated people, first or double vaccinated people can do. But I'm wondering, just from a pure educational point of view and promotion point of view, I know we've had the program recently, and it's ongoing, of course. But I'm just wondering what other strategies that we can employ to try to get people to get their first doses.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Galloway. It's an important one, and I know that our team, who is working on trying to improve uptake, not only in those who haven't been immunized or in groups that have been less immunized, to take the younger age groups, for example, but also in increasing coverage in the older age groups. are taking those stats in consideration as they're designing the campaigns to try to encourage people to be immunized. I don't have the specifics off the top of my head to describe the campaigns that we are launching. Someone like Connie Donald will probably be better to speak to that, but I don't think it's available right now. It's an important thing that I want to just confirm that it's not something that we've forgotten about or have lost sight of. It continues to be something that's important to us, and we need to address it and work with all sectors that we have been working with in the health field and the business community and others to try to really encourage in our region maximal uptake of vaccination and maximal coverage in all the age groups. So your points are very well taken.
Okay, Councillor Lawrence, and then we do have another presentation on COVID after this.
Thank you, Councillor Galloway. As we speak, we've just received a copy of a news release that's going out in a few minutes, and it covers all the points that you're talking about. So I'm sure it'll be released. I'm not sure the time, by noon or whatever, but I just received it. So that's a good start.
Okay, great. Okay, now we're going to have a presentation from Terry Yancey, our Director of IT. And there he is. Good morning, Terry.
Morning. Good morning, Council. Yeah, through the chair, quick update on some of the current changes in our scheduling systems. As Council will recall, we've had a pre-registration system in place since the beginning, where the scheduling team would use those lists by priority group, by eligibility, to invite people to book an appointment. So what we've reached now with the increasing supply situation and the accelerated second dose, we're transitioning to where we'll no longer be pre-registering people starting tomorrow. And in fact, people will be able to go directly to book their first dose if they haven't had it yet, or make a request directly themselves to move up their second dose, again, based on supply and availability. So what that means is we're transitioning today. We had a current list of people in second dose rebooking requests. They're being notified. And then starting tomorrow morning, the website will link directly to a site where you can either, like I said, your first dose directly in an available time slot, or make a request to rebook your second dose directly. So if anyone has any questions about that change, it really is an inflection point based on increased supply and the accelerated second dose availability, I'll say.
Okay, well, that's great news, Terry. Thanks very much for that update. Councillor Foxton.
I just wanted to say the same thing. So if I'm calling in, I don't have to pre-register, then wait 2 weeks to get a reply back. You've made it one seamless method. Call in, book your appointment, and go for it. Well done. Well done.
That's correct. And again, it'll be based on availability. So I think right now bookings are pretty solid. I think until I recall yesterday, sometime early in July. But as supply increases and the capacity of the clinics continues to increase, then users can find open spots to book themselves directly.
Okay, Councillor Clark.
Thanks, Chair Galloway. Just confirming that the new system will have a button to get people to the first available appointment rather than have to look at all of the different clinic times.
So we heard from our vendor yesterday, there is a button that goes to first available appointment within the clinic. Depending on load on the system across all of the municipalities using that can be very labor resource intensive. So if the button is not available, it means there's a lot of users waiting on the system. So that functionality will exist while the system has capacity. The other functionality perhaps to note is that If there's a large uptake, and I believe tomorrow with the change and the guidance that anyone before May 30th, so please correct me if I'm wrong, is now eligible to move up their second dose, first dose before May 30th. We expect to see a large number of people coming to the system. So there might be considerable load on the system in the next 24 to 48 hours, I would say, after we make the change Wednesday morning.
So is that the case now? Because I'm hearing from some people that they're finding that first available dose button, but from other people that they're having to look, look at the boardwalk, look at Pine Bush, and it's taking a long time. Is that simply because it's
I believe
overloaded?
it's the case now based on capacity of the system.
I see.
So the button may be available at times of lower use of the system, is the way I understand it from the vendor.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Schatz.
Thank you. Will the system automatically cancel any previous appointment that may have been booked?
That's the ultimate functionality that they're testing. There may be an early version where there has to be a background cleanup to cancel second appointments, but that will be seamless to the user. That's a very important functionality to have, obviously, because having those second doses canceled opens up capacity for others. I think perhaps there's a communication effort here around continuing to remind the public, whether it's a regional system or a pharmacy, to cancel any unneeded appointments to free up space for others to get their vaccination.
So if I were to go on, if someone were to go on tomorrow and book an appointment, would I have to cancel my previous appointment myself?
No,
the system will at some
point. The way
point
the system's
clean it up.
designed is it will cancel the second appointment for you after your successful booking.
Okay, that sounds great. Okay, thanks very much, Terry. I have no other questions. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Chair Redmond, who has to put her hand up and get my attention because she can't register on the speakers list.
Thank you, Chair Galloway. Just further to Councillor Shantz and Clark's question, Terry, can you just talk about people who signed the form? That form's no longer functional, and talk about how we're making sure they're not getting stranded in the system as we morph to the next, because I think for people listening to this on live stream, those might be questions that they would want answered.
Correct. So as of this morning, the form to request a second dose rebooking is gone. It'll be replaced by a link tomorrow morning where you can do your own booking. Anyone who is in that backlog is being invited today to rebook their second dose in the system. So that backlog should clear today, and then everyone will be on the same level footing tomorrow. That basically anyone can book their first or make a request, if eligible, to rebook their second dose.
Thank you, and a big shout out to you and your team for working to be so nimble to make this work.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. And sorry, Chair Redmond, I'm just paying you back for all the times you tell me to go away. So not intentional, though. Okay, thank you very much, Terry. And we'll move on now. We have 3 items that we have quite a number of delegations for. Of course, the first and the main item today on the agenda is the TransformWR Climate Action Strategy and implementation. And that's the one we're going to start with. So the order of events for this particular item is that we're going to have Mary Jane Patterson and Tova Davison make a presentation. And then regional staff are going to provide their presentation as well. And then we will move to the delegations, of which we currently have 17 delegations to hear from on this particular matter. So I'll turn it over to Mary Jane and Tova. And while they're setting up, I'll just say that this is a kind of a really important day in the history of the region, a pivotal day with this particular report, and really looking forward to the presentations and the discussion from the delegations and the recommendations and the debate that council will have at the end of it. So I'll now turn it over to MJ and Tova. And who's going to start?
That'll be me. Good morning. Can we have the slides, please? Just want to echo that. Thanks so much, Chair Galloway. I want to echo this historicness of this moment. MJ and I have had the privilege to go to every one of the area municipalities already and to hear the incredible questions and commitment come out of those conversations. And so we are here today presenting TransformWR. This is work of the Climate Action Collaborative to help us find the plan to transition to an equitable, prosperous, and resilient low carbon community. Next slide, please. As many of you know, climate action is a collaboration, and this is a unique model in Canada, in fact, where the Community Climate Action Plan is owned and run in partnership between two local not-for-profit organizations, as well as all of the area municipalities. And together we do the work of coordinating the implementation of action plans, measuring and monitoring progress, engaging the entire community, because this truly is a plan for the whole community. And back in 2018, all 8 municipalities endorsed an 80% greenhouse gas reduction target by 2050. The work that we're doing today is largely funded by the Federation of Canadian Municipalities to allow us to develop our community's long-term strategy and to achieve this 80% target and to lay the groundwork for our first 10 years. So next slide, please. The model we used, which is a bit unique, is a backcasting model, which means you determine what your desired future state is going to be. What do we want to create? And then instead of working forwards, you work backwards and you say, from that state, what is the next last thing we have to do? And so on and so on. And this model means that we are keeping the end goal in mind, and it creates a different kind of plan. And this process has unearthed some really incredible visionary ideas from our community and a strategy that we're really proud of. Next slide, please. The first thing we did in this backcasting model is we went out to the community to ask them what was the vision that we wanted in this community. And the response was amazing. We talked to over 1,600 people using a number of different methods, focus groups, in-depth interviews, surveys online, of course, community workshops, all of that sort of thing. And what the community told us is that they understand that a low carbon future isn't just about the environment. It's about being equitable. It's about being prosperous for everybody. It's about resiliency, and that they saw low carbon as a better future for everybody. I'll turn it over to Mary Jane Patterson from Reef Green Solutions. MJ?
Thank you, Tova. I'm checking in. Can everyone hear me? Good morning, everyone.
We can hear you very well, Mary Jane.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Galloway. So next slide, please. Thank you. Picking up from the community engagement, there was a very strong and extensive technical engagement as well. We spoke to technical and subject matter experts, not only locally, including municipal staff, but also nationally and internationally, to get input from them about what technical solutions and opportunities were there to reach that beautiful vision of 2050 that our community engagement outlined to us. Next slide, please. I think an important thing to note here is how connected this work is with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Now, 19, of course, in particular refers to climate action, but we have them all here because the way we address climate change in our community has the potential to affect so many of these other goals. They are all aligned and mutually reinforcing in some ways. So we are excited about how this work aligns with international goals in this way. Next slide, please. What we realized in going through all of this technical and community consultation is that if we want to become an equitable, prosperous, resilient, low carbon community, we cannot be talking about incremental change anymore. This is about transformative change, systems change over the next 30 years. The strategy identifies 4 key calls to action. We must transform the ways we move, the ways we build and operate our spaces, the ways we produce, consume, and waste, and the ways we relate to each other. Next slide, please. Here is what transformative change looks like in this graph form. At the top, you see what would happen if we didn't do anything and allowed our population to grow as it is projected to grow. The line in the middle shows you population growth, but also industry trends and how they are projected to unfurl. So how would that, for example, the trend towards electric vehicles. And then the very important pathway is the green line at the bottom, which is the one that gets us to an 80% reduction in carbon emissions by 2050. So that includes industry trends and population growth. And it also includes the intentional actions we will take together as a community to reach that 80% reduction by 2050. I want to note one thing here before I turn it back over to Tova. This, in addition to all the consultation that we've outlined, the draft plan was put out again for a final public consultation. So we just want to acknowledge all the input we received at that final stage. There were discussions with key stakeholders like municipal staff, again, utilities, the agricultural sector, community groups. There was also an equity and sustainability justice of the whole plan, as well as a focus group conducted by compensated BIPOC knowledge holders. And there was widespread public consultation using the EngageWR platform. So you should have an appendix that shows how all that feedback was integrated back into the plan, and it did make a difference. There were changes made as a result of that. Now I want to turn it over to Tova and the next slide to show how those 4 calls to action that I mentioned translate into 6 transformative changes that form the backbone of our strategy.
Thanks, MJ. So we're going to go through some of these changes that we envision. And I just want to note before I start into some of these, that in this plan, you'll see that many of the municipalities are named as owners of some of the actions. But it's really important to know that this will remain a collaborative effort. In no case do we have any action owned exclusively by one municipality. We know that it's going to take community togetherness and our incredible history of quilt making and barn raising to move us forward. And we're so excited to be working forward towards this together. So the first transformative change that we're going to talk about is transforming the ways that we move. And in our 2015 year inventory, we know that 49% of our footprint from Waterloo region locally produced greenhouse gases comes from transportation. So this is critically important. The first change is that by 2050, most of the trips that we'll be taking will be using active transportation with the support of a robust public transit system. Next slide, please. So the question is, how do municipalities help support this? It'll be things like redesigning, rebuilding, and maintaining our transportation system so that we're prioritizing active transportation, continuing the work to build a robust and accessible public transit system, and building communities that are actually complete communities so that when people need to go to the store to pick something up or they want to go for a coffee, they can choose to walk or to bike because it's within distance that is accessible to them. Next slide, please. Sticking with transportation, we also know that by 2050, our remaining personal and commercial vehicles will be zero emission vehicles. And Mary Jane has alluded to this industry is moving this way really quickly, and we're seeing this transformation happen. And it's an amazing future that it's envisioning. Next slide. So how do we help create that future? Well, part of it will be switching vehicles to zero emission vehicles within the fleet of all of our organizations, but also to make sure that we are building a network of recharging and refueling infrastructure to support these different types of zero emission vehicles and the shift towards them. Next slide, please. The next transformative change will be about our buildings. So between residential and businesses, we know that that's a major part of our footprint as well. And so by 2050, businesses and homes both can no longer use fossil fuels for space heating and cooling and water heating. Next slide, please. How can we support that? Well, decarbonizing our own buildings to build heating and cooling and water heating, building new buildings to be net zero carbon, and to transition to a net zero carbon future. This will be an important part to how do we reduce. Next slide, please. Mary Jane.
Hi, everyone. Here I am again. The next two transformative changes are about the ways we produce, consume, and waste. So number 4, by 2050, Waterloo Region uses less, wastes less, and no longer disposes of organic matter in the landfills. Well, that one is particularly important because organic matter breaks down into methane, and that's a much more powerful greenhouse gas than carbon dioxide. So an important goal for this particular transformative change is to maintain the same level of methane emissions in our landfills that we've had in 2010, despite a significantly higher population by that time. Next slide, please. So how can the region and our municipalities support this? Well, one thing is making the most of our existing waste management infrastructure, expanding diversion programs and capturing energy from waste. It will also be important to have campaigns to promote waste reduction and a circular economy, where we use less, we keep it longer, and we repurpose it at the end. And I feel it's very fitting to be suggesting this on the day when the region has received an award for its video of the landfill. That's a great example of this kind of campaign, or components of this campaign. We know our region is already a leader in this area. And another way is to actively work to reduce construction waste by being very careful about what buildings are demolished. Next slide, please. This change is about our food systems. By 2050, we want Waterloo Region to have a thriving local food system built on local farming, food production, and processing that feeds our community. We know that the agricultural community is directly affected by our changing climate and has strong interests in reducing gas emissions. So we have a similar goal here to maintain the same level of methane emissions from livestock that we had in 2010 over the next 30 years. And this will mean eating food from closer to home, reducing the emissions that each animal creates, and consuming fewer animal products per person. Next slide. So how can our municipalities help us get there? Do we have the next? Oh, there we go. It might be delayed at my end. First, by protecting our agricultural lands and our local food production systems. Also, by diversifying and strengthening our local agri-food sector, and by really supporting leadership in our farming communities and reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Next slide. This is the final transformative change, and it forms the background and the backbone for all of this work and all the other changes. We must reduce greenhouse gas emissions in a way that increases equity, prosperity, and resiliency for all. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to build the community that we want, and we heard that so strongly from the community consultation. In doing this, we want to support the members of our community that need it most. We want to work towards producing renewable energy locally to provide that resiliency part of this. And we want to be recognized as a national leader in sustainability and clean tech. This is a way to prosperity and a strong green economy. Next slide, please. How do our municipalities help us do this? Well, first, we want to prioritize equity in all our planning for greenhouse gas reductions and establish metrics in order to measure that and how well we're doing in that. We want to position ourselves, the Waterloo region, as a clean tech hub where sustainability, renewable energy, and retrofits are core priorities. And part of that will be ramping up local renewable energy generation and increasing our resilience and independence for energy. And critically, we want to work together in advocacy to the province and the federal government, policies and programs that will transform the systems they control and have a multiplier effect on all of the work that we do here. Final slide, please. So many members of this council have been big champions of this work, and your municipalities have already endorsed this strategy. We want to say a very big thank you, Waterloo Region Council, for your long time support and prioritizing of strong local climate action. You have tremendous champions for climate action in the two staff members that we worked with the most, Kate Daly and Kate Hagerman. I know Tova joins me and Samantha's watching and joins me too in saying a heartfelt thanks to Kate Daly and Kate Hagerman. In particular, we want to recognize the countless hours and the pure brain power that Kate Daly has given to this strategy from beginning to end. Her rigor, practicality, and passion are directly reflected in the quality of this final document. It really is an inspiring read to see what our community envisioned and the actions that we are proposing, and we are honored to roll up our sleeves and join you in making a more equitable, prosperous, and resilient community together. Thank you.
Okay, well, thanks very much, Tova and MJ, for that presentation, and indeed for the entire effort. We're so blessed to have two community organizations, and as you indicated earlier on, pretty much unique in Canada, how this plan has been developed, and it is going to be just that much more effective and that much more meaningful, having gone through both, the Climate Action WR, but with REAP and Sustainable Waterloo Region as the core contributors. So, Councillor Vrbanovic, do you have a question for clarification or question to Tova or Mary Jane?
Yeah, I have a few questions. Thank you so much, Chair Galloway. But before I do that, I too want to thank the two of them and the many people who have been involved in putting this report together. But I think we all know that Mary Jane and Tova have both been such stalwart champions and leaders on this front for many, many years in our community. And a heartfelt thank you for all of your work and leadership and passion behind this. It's you can tell it's a labor of love by truly so many people. And it's great to hear that we've been able to tie this in with both the FCM Green Municipal funds who have helped fund some of it, as well as the 17 sustainable development goals that Mary Jane talked about. Got three questions for you. The first one is around the green economy and this notion of becoming a hub of clean tech. And I'm just wondering, as we reflect on that, what are sort of from your perspective, the low-hanging fruit to achieve that, and what's the biggest roadblock for us on that front? That's my first question.
Mary Jane, I assume I'll start that one. Yeah, okay. So I think, thanks for that question. We really do have a lot of bench strength already in this area, and clean tech specifically is a $3 trillion industry worldwide. So there is opportunity to strengthen our economy through adoption of this kind of this part of the sector of the economy. The Accelerator Center specifically has a clean tech hub already, which is in the Evolve Green. So we have strength there. And Waterloo EDC is currently working in partnership with the region, Sustainable Waterloo, and the Waterloo Region Community Energy Plan on a sector map for clean tech. So if anyone listening is part of that clean economy cluster, please connect with us. We would love to give you the code to get onto that sector map. So we're already working towards that. I think part of it too is understanding that embedding sustainability is possible in all businesses and all startups. So in fact, we could move our entire economy towards a clean economy. And there is strength and savings for the economy in that way as well. And there's a variety of ways that it can build not only the organization, but also our community through the adoption of sustainability within businesses, making us more prosperous. That's why part of that is our vision.
I'm going to just add a couple notes on the residential side, because that's part of clean tech too. And if we just look at the potential, Looking back over only people who have renovated their homes through REAP's recommendations in the last 20 years, it's $54 million spent on labor and materials in our community, those retrofits. And when you look at the bigger map that the region created for the community energy investment strategy, or this infographic that I love, that shows that we spend $2 billion on energy in our community. When you look at vehicles, buildings, all of that pulled together, only 13% of that money stays in our community. All the rest goes out. That potential is just huge when you look at things like retrofitting our homes that conserve energy and keep more of those energy dollars here in our community, and the opportunities for renewable generation to do that also. That's all.
Oh, that's an amazing statistic. My second question, I'll actually combine the two together. And I know, I believe Councillor Clark is bringing an amendment forward later on that's been consistent with the ones that we've done in the other municipalities as well. I mean, this plan is predicated on us achieving the Paris Accord in Canada's and our local commitments in terms of 80% by 2050. And of course, the amendment will speak to 50 by 2030. But I'm wondering if you can talk about, in both of those fronts, what are the biggest challenges that you think may get in our way from achieving those goals?
Well, I think I know Tova's. I'll start with transportation. It's so tied in with what Tova's about to say, I think. But it is a big challenge for us to move people out of cars, to consider shorter trips, to rethink the way where we shop, how we shop, what work looks like in the future. With it being almost 50%, it's 49% of our emissions. That's a big challenge that we're already working on with the LRT locally. And Tova, take it from here.
I have to say what a great partnership this is with the person you work with. We see each other almost every day. She already knows what I'm going to say. We're like two peas in a pod, MJ and I know. Yeah, so for me, and this is the biggest challenge we have, is that we have all the technologies already to get to a zero carbon future. They exist. We need the will to adopt them, to invest in them, and to change. And so that cultural will is not just municipalities, but certainly there's a huge leadership piece. It's also individuals through the work that Mary Jane does at REAP, for example, to make those to their homes, in the organizations we work with, to change those processes. And those are all in ways that are better for you, better for the environment, but better for you. Nicer homes, better quality of life, all of those things. And so that cultural will, that willingness to invest, to go through the process to get to this better future, that's the hard part.
Great, thank you. And thank you again to both of you. And thanks, Mr. Chair. I know you have a mover for the amendment later, but if you don't have a mover for the motion, I'd be pleased to do that when the time comes.
Okay, we'll keep that in mind. Thank you, Councillor Banabek. Councillor Harris.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to go back. Would it be appropriate to ask the group now the questions, or after the staff presentation?
Well, you might want to wait till the staff presentation, Councillor Harris. I'm not sure what your question is, but
yeah, okay. I think that's probably.
I'm not going to ask staff to answer any questions now until after their presentation.
No, okay. I'll wait till the presentations and I'll go back on the list. Thanks.
Okay, and that's where we'll go now. So the two Kates are here. You have to have the name Kate in order to be involved in this particular project, and we have two really great Kates that are involved in this. So I'm going to turn over the next part of the program to them for their presentation.
Thank you so much for the kind introduction. I'm Kate Daly. I'm the Environmental Sustainability Specialist for the region of Waterloo, and I'm here to talk about what TransformWR means for the region of Waterloo as a municipality. The main message of this presentation is that things are different this time, and that's particularly compared to the last time when Regional Council approved the Climate Action Plan for the last decade. So I'll try to keep this straight to the point. Before I get to those, I do want to highlight that climate action isn't just about the environment. I think that's come through today already. It's about achieving all of our strategic priorities at the region. So what's different this time? The first thing that's different is the context. Science has confirmed what we already knew, that we need to be net zero globally by the middle of the century, with big emissions reductions coming in the next 9 years. And also a global consensus has emerged around this, and that's across sectors, governments, nonprofits, businesses, investors. The scale and scope of change that we need is clear now. We know that we have to make big changes and that we can't wait to make them. And the technology is also ready. We have most of what we need to use less transition off of fossil fuels right now, and that's becoming more affordable every year. So the context has changed dramatically over the last couple of years, and the conversation and the work underway has changed dramatically as a result. The approach is also different. In the past, we used an incremental approach that looked forward. We started with where we were and identified modest changes we could make in the next few years that would have an impact. But now we're using a transformational approach, as MJ and Tova described. We're starting with where we need to get to and working backwards to find the path to get there. So a transformative approach has been central to the development of the TransformWR strategy, and it's also being integrated right now into our corporate climate change work. Given this different approach, the process used to develop the TransformWR strategy is different. MJ and Tova discussed the public engagement process and the technical model and how they're different. Both were tremendously innovative. This has also been a sustained municipal and nonprofit collaboration. Region staff have been integrally involved in the development of the strategy from start to finish, and that does include us as sustainability staff, but it also has included staff from different key divisions who've been involved in various ways and who are beginning to plan for implementation in their diverse areas. So this is intended to ensure that this would be a truly municipal plan, in addition to a community plan, in a way that the original climate action strategy was not. And the reason for that is that this time municipal responsibility is different. Municipalities really are key capacity holders in this work. We have to transform our community's transportation system, community design, land use planning, transit, waste economy, buildings, affordable housing. This is core municipal work. And while all businesses, organizations, and households have a critical role to play, municipalities have the influence and the capacity to lead this work in a way that no other local actors do. So what are some examples of the scope and scale of change that we're talking about? Well, a good one is the Regional Official Plan Review. We're including a climate change lens as key criteria in the ROP review. That involves both sort of community design and growth scenarios, which really are the foundations of community building, as well as policies, such as incorporating energy considerations in development review, and that was discussed last week at the All Councils meeting. We also need to redesign and rebuild our transportation system to prioritize walking, cycling, and rolling for people of all ages and abilities, and that involves reevaluating our whole transportation system, how we design it, how we fund it, how we sequence it, how we build it, and how we maintain it. It also involves positioning transit as a key support for active transportation across the region, because it's necessary for people to have a convenient, lower energy way to make trips when they can't or don't want to walk, cycle, or roll. So I think it's really important to highlight that this work can't be outsourced. Organizations like and Sustainable Waterloo Region have been long-term leaders and have key roles to play in this work, but they cannot be responsible for making the systemic changes that we need at this point. I talked in more detail at the All Council meeting last week about why we need to use every tool in the municipal toolbox to solve climate change. And transformative climate action will need to be integrated into work being done across our organization. Appendix D in our staff report includes a list of specific short-term actions that the region will need to undertake to fulfill our community responsibilities in the strategy. We know that this is a partial list and that others will arise as well. And finally, the stakes are different. This isn't just about doing our part to correct our contribution to a global problem. We cannot build an equitable, prosperous, resilient community without this transformation, and that's core municipal work too. So to meet our strategic priorities, we have to use all of our work at the region to make this vision a reality. And so we need to implement starting now. And we're planning for our corporate climate transformation that's underway. That's outlined in a companion report, and you can see the main features of that work so far here. With respect to this agenda item, the recommendations from staff include 3 customized bullets, different than the other municipalities considered, specific to the region of Waterloo. And those are around directing staff to proceed with transformative climate action, both corporately and in the community. That, of course, includes developing a corporate plan, doing a thorough analysis of the best ways to implement, fund, etc. It also involves directing staff to use the TransformWR strategy as interim direction from council on their work moving forward. Because these corporate and community implementation plans will take time, and having some guidance about expectations will help us avoid making decisions and investments in the near term that will need to be corrected later at higher costs. So overall, and to summarize, things are different this time. This work can't wait, and the region of Waterloo is ready to get started. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Kate. That's well done, and things are definitely different this time. Councillor Harris, maybe you can pose your question now.
Sure. And thank you, everyone, for the very, very thorough report and the work and efforts done over the years to bring such a report to council. I do have questions. They talk about the local renewable energy generation in the report, and that our goal would be to produce 38% of it locally. I'm wondering if you can tell us what that number is as to where we're at now as a percentage.
Thank you for your question. I'm going to refer the technical questions on to Kate Daly in terms of responses and the analysis that's been done.
Thanks, Kate. Kate?
Thank you. And I don't have the precise most recent count available in front of me, but I think it's fair to say that would be in the range of sort of 1% or perhaps 2%. It's going to take time to ramp up that local renewable energy generation, which is why the target for 2030 is fairly modest, but needs to continue to accelerate longer term. So that's where getting all the policies and supports in place to really get moving is important over the next couple of years.
And I guess back to that, because I've had some folks ask me about this, 50, I guess 80 by 2050, 50, 30, et cetera. Perhaps you want to just explain to those maybe listening or watching, because I know we've got, the group coming up to present after you folks, just kind of the two different scenarios that we've got in front of us today, so that, everyone has a clear understanding. Are we 50 by 30? Are we 80 by 50? Can I kind of explain those two for us?
So at a high level, the technical model on which TransformWR is based anticipates actions that we can take locally to reach our goals. And in terms of actions we can take locally, the pathway we were able to identify brings us to 30% reduction below 2010 levels based on local action by the year 2030. And something that's really important about that is that the inputs from other levels of government are really critical. So the best example of that is if the province of Ontario, instead of ramping up natural gas generation in the electricity system, were to instead decarbonize our electricity grid by 2030, and the IESO is actually having a session tomorrow on the question, then that would get us with the same local actions to a 40% reduction by 2050. So the strategy and the pathway that's been identified is really focused on local work and getting moving right now, because we have to, but also recognizes that there are limitations. So in the appendix to Transform, there's a more detailed analysis we did of what would be required to have a more ambitious place to get to by 2050, or by 2030 and by 2050. Doing that alone would require ramping up the technologies beyond what we believe could be done in time. So that's where those other levels become important for going farther.
I was, of course, a part of, I was an MPP during the time of the Green Energy Act that was obviously very controversial in nature, both for folks that housed these projects and then ratepayers and hydro utility users that had to pay for them. I'm wondering if we can go back quickly on those renewable energy generation sources. I mean, what would be the mix of, I guess, renewable energy generation type, windmill, solar, hydroelectric? What other forms of hydro generation would you include in the renewable side?
I can answer some specifics on that. Currently, through the community energy work, we are looking at options for the future and doing some initial research. Solar is definitely something that people are familiar with, especially rooftop solar, and the capacity within the region to have rooftop solar on approximately 30% of the existing rooftops would be a viable source. We're also looking at things such as geothermal and the opportunities within the region to do geothermal generation, waste heat recovery, and also newer technologies like hydrogen production. So there's quite an array of renewable energy sources, and it is something that is being explored in terms of opportunities within the region.
I actually had a chance to test drive a hydrogen vehicle. I think Kia makes that vehicle, but I don't believe there's much infrastructure when it comes to hydrogen for vehicles in the province. Am I correct in saying that?
Correct. That's something that is at a national scale being explored, but locally there's not a lot of capacity. But it is something that, when we're thinking at a 30-year timeline, is definitely a possibility.
30 years, I guess it seems so far away, but yet it perhaps isn't. I had a local business call me yesterday about this. Item number 3 in the transformative changes are, by 2050, businesses and homes no longer use fossil fuels for space heating and cooling and water heating. That is obviously a very ambitious target. Would you call that aspirational in nature, I suppose? Or like, what do you say to a business owner who relies on, significant volumes of electricity to power their business? And I know local businesses like Toyota, for instance, are doing excellent work on, becoming self-sustainable. That's great. They can do that. But, our community is still heavy industrial as well. What do you tell a business owner today what they need to do to get them there? And I mean, is this a definitive target, and how would the regional government enforce something like that?
Through you, Chair. Our plan is bold and balanced. What we're trying to accomplish is to set targets and actions that are attainable. So it's not aspirational. We do recognize, though, that certain sectors and individual buildings or industries will have harder or longer term transition plans. And so we will account for that in terms of some people in the community will be able to achieve more quickly, and others will make up the change for the people who will take longer to transition. I know Kate has a more specific details and answer on this, but I'll pass it over to her.
And I think from a technical standpoint, it's important to note that third transformative change really does focus on buildings, and particularly, space heating and cooling and water heating. We know that for various kinds of industrial applications, there are going to need to be other solutions. Hydrogen, which you already mentioned, is a really great example of that. And I think from my perspective, one of the biggest opportunities around hydrogen is going to be those production processes that require more energy intensity than just heating a room that you're in, and the production of hydrogen will likely be a part of the solution on there. But the focus really is on building energy use in that transformative change.
2 more questions, I guess, for you. I did have a chance to read the report pretty much in its entirety. Didn't get, there's a lot of information there, of course. I'm curious, I didn't see a lot of talk to what the cost would be. There are a lot of measures in here that are outlined, with not a lot of indication on what those costs may be. I think it's important. Local ratepayers, taxpayers, we know they want to do their part to combat climate change, I being, of course, one of them, but they also deserve to know what the costs would be to do this specifically to them. I'm wondering if you can speak to any of the work you've done or the consultation you've done with the input of perhaps the business community on what this will actually cost to do to get us there. Has any cost benefit analysis been done on any of these measures?
I can speak to that through you, Chair Galloway. So the technical pathway was based on a very high level technical and financial feasibility assessment. We wanted a technical pathway that was doable and realistic. But although the plan has arrived at what needs to be accomplished, there is still flexibility in how we do take these actions. And so the detailed planning work, the cost and benefit analysis of each of these specific actions that we need to take is work that's yet to be done. As our report indicates, we are working on a detailed corporate climate change plan and carbon budget, and these will be those evaluations that will inform our decisions on the best path going forward. So the overall answer is that high-level evaluation has taken place. Things are in the realm of feasibility, but we do not have that detailed cost-benefit analysis, but it will be available before we take actions that do have costs and benefits the community would want.
And then I guess finally, I mean, how much, maybe you can just remind me, how much CO2 has been cut to date from the base year of 2010 here in the region?
To have considered. The other piece of that with not doing this work, we know in the future there's
I think, Kate, you're frozen there for
Pardon
a
me?
moment.
Sorry, I think I'm frozen. Yeah, sorry. I was just going to finish off with the importance of recognizing the costs and risks associated with not doing this work. The fact that there are costs for energy and carbon. There would be missed opportunities for greater efficiencies. And also there's added exposure to physical and financial risk if we do not take this transformation.
So you may not have heard that question because you were cutting out, but I just wanted to clarify again, how much of the CO2 has been cut to date from base year 2010?
I'll have Kate. Yeah,
I think
So,
we've had reports on that in the past, I think.
Yes. The short answer is, as of 2015, 5.2% reduction towards our 6% target for 2020. The 2020 re-inventory and most likely a 2019 inventory as well to get a pre-COVID look at our progress is work that's upcoming later this year.
So 5.2%. So we have a ways to go.
And that was as of 6 years ago now. So we're looking forward to having some updated data.
Thanks again.
I just wanted to also mention, Councillor Harris, in regards to your question on cost. I think we'll get that information, but along with that information, we'll probably get, in many cases, what are the cost savings associated with some of these initiatives, or the cost avoidance of having to rectify or fix things that will need to be fixed or rectified if we don't make these kinds of shifts.
Sure.
Councillor Strickland.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thanks to Kate and Toya and Mary Jane for your commitment to this process and your ongoing work. Very much appreciated. I have several questions, but I'll just try to limit them, Mr. Chair. First of all, I'm looking at the transformative changes, number 3. Businesses and homes no longer use fossil fuels. So that's including natural gas, I'm assuming. So, no longer use fossil fuels. So that's going to have huge implications for local utilities. Has the group given any thought to that? Kitchener Utilities, for example, Union Gas, which I think is Enbridge now, the percentage of homes in our community that's heated by natural gas?
In short, yes, it does. And all of the utilities, our local 5 utilities, are engaged on this energy transformation as part of the WR Community Energy Initiative, which René Gatien had presented on with Matthew Day last week at all councils. So I think it's fair to say that electric and natural gas utilities know that this energy transition is underway. We consulted with all of the utilities as part of the development of the Transform strategy and made adjustments based on their plans. But I think overall it's good to note that the energy transition means that all fossil fuel companies and others are starting to see themselves as energy companies moving forward and are figuring out how to lead this transition. And that certainly is what we've seen in engagement with Enbridge and Kitchener Utilities, although I see Rod has unmuted.
Well, just to complement that answer, I think the utilities are very engaged. I participate on the community Energy WR board, and they're all very focused on how they're going to be able to work with these targets. And just as an example, our initial project was around the feasibility of district energy heating and cooling in the in downtown Kitchener, and Kitchener Utilities is fully engaged on that project.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that. But the implications, from the recommendation are homes no longer use fossil fuels. Like, I don't know the number, and I understand energy companies are gas companies are rebranding into energy companies. I get that, but to assume by 2050 we're not going to have any of our homes no longer heated by natural gas, I think is not realistic. I think the renewable portion that'll come in isn't how the natural gas, what's the power source that fires the natural gas, and what's the power source that gets the natural gas to our homes. So, I just think that we have to be conscientious about what's really achievable and what's not achievable, all going towards that direction of climate change. And the other question I have is, related to that and the whole strategy as a whole, where do we fit in versus the federal and provincial government? And I'll just use the example of natural gas. Recently, the provincial government announced multiple licenses for, not our community, we already have multiple licenses for natural gas distribution networks in some northern and more remote communities. So the federal government's doing a lot of work in terms of these new energy sources that I'm really pleased to hear the team talk about in terms of, hydrogen, there's methane and geothermal and carbon sequestering and all kinds of small modular reactors is another, green technology. I think that's worthy of further discussion. But where how has the group and in the report indicated, what's our responsibility as a region, and how does that interrelate with federal and provincial governments?
If I may, I think there are two things that I'll highlight from a technological standpoint. The first is that I think you're correct that there will be a role for gaseous fuels in our energy transition and our energy future. We know that renewable natural gas can play a role as part of that. The best estimates we've seen are that only about a third of our current natural gas usage can be replaced with renewable natural gas. There's also a role for hydrogen being mixed into gas streams and supplies. And the most important thing, though, about, and again, Transformative Change 3 only focuses on space heating and cooling and water heating, that equipment that depends on natural gas is combustion equipment that is not tremendously efficient. And so to be able to meet our energy transition goals, we also need to use a lot less energy. And there are different technological ways of doing that, but heat pumps are really key in terms of being able to take, temperatures that already exist and move them around. Those can be heated using, they can be run solely on electricity. They can also be run on gaseous fuels as well. So certainly there's going to be a broad technical range, but we know that our future space heating and cooling in our buildings and water heating is going to need to depend on much more efficient ways of generating or of providing the temperatures that we need in a way that's going to work for electricity and or for perhaps a mix of renewable natural gas and hydrogen.
Okay, thanks. And then the federal provincial jurisdictional question, like where do we fit in vis-a-vis the federal and provincial regimes in this report? Many of us have been experienced in regional council, and we put into place these aspirational targets, which are really good, and we also followed up with some operational changes, which I have a question about in a minute. But we have to be really cognizant of all the work that's happening federally and provincially, and I would say that probably some of the measures that we're putting in here right now would be not aligned with the provincial government's approach, for example. Certainly aligned with the federal government's approach, not aligned with the provincial government's approach. So how do we navigate that? And did the writers of the report contemplate the jurisdictional issues around these transformative changes?
I can speak to that to you, Chair. The plan is developed based on input from technical advice and from our community and based on existing policy approaches at the provincial and federal level. Those will be changing and modifying as we go forward, and we will need to adjust and react to those. But what we wanted to capture in terms of the actions in the plan and our strategy for moving forward was what could be accomplished locally and what percentage of the changes we were responsible for at a local level. And so part of the strategy is looking at a community carbon budget and looking at our local allocations of carbon in terms of our ability to consume and produce carbon into the future before globally we need to decarbonize. And so the technical pathway is based on trying to meet those targets and having options, the best technical options for addressing those. And so the heating and cooling transition off of natural gas is a very effective way to lower our emissions, and so needs to be considered. And although we may not have the exact technical steps to advance that at the moment, we needed to recognize in the plan that this is going to be a key component of the work that needs to be addressed locally, and that's the direction that we're taking. Like you said, there are some challenges and obstacles that we will need to work through, and that what happens provincially and federally is going to impact that. But it is definitely an action and work that does need to be addressed for facing climate action head on in terms of our local impacts.
Okay, thanks. Two more quick questions, Mr. Chair. We hear a lot about residential benefits, and I know Mary Jane and her group has done a really good job on that over the years. I remember a presentation from REAP some 25 years ago, Waterloo City Council, with a couple of professors from the University of Waterloo who started the organization. So fantastic work. But if we really, in addition to the good work on residential retrofits, if we really want to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from buildings, we need to provide programs for commercial and industrial retrofits, cogeneration for industrial. So where are we at on that in terms of, is it advocacy that's required? What's needs to happen to get more commercial industrial retrofits into place so we can really get that payback on GHG emission? So I don't know if that's
Can I
for Kate.
answer that one? Is that okay?
Sure,
Kate?
go ahead,
Okay.
Tova, yes.
So, Councillor Strickland, Sustainable Waterloo Region has a 12-year history of doing exactly that. We work with 95 organizations across the region that have set targets. Some have gone completely carbon neutral and saved over $1 million doing this work. Excuse me. And we have a lot of targets within greenhouse gases, waste, and water. And we've got resources to support organizations across the region. That includes industrial. And the case I was just telling you about is a Cambridge-based organization that's a steel fabricator. They've doubled in size, saved $1 million, and gone completely carbon neutral. We work with some of the biggest employers, including the region of Waterloo, on your own corporate greenhouse gas emissions, and right down to little tiny organizations. We also work in partnership on the transportation part for employee commuting, and all of the work there in partnership through the TravelWise program. So there are lots of resources available to them, and we're proud to deliver them.
But are those emission reductions achieved through retrofits, Toya?
Yes, so almost all of them are. We have some new builds, but almost everything is retrofits to buildings, as well as industrial processes.
And self-funded by the industry itself and the commercial organization?
Absolutely.
Okay, all right, great. But anyways, I appreciate that, but there's much more work that needs to be done there, especially on the industrial side.
Yeah, we're happy to be here to help.
Yeah, well, there's hardly any, my point is, there's hardly any federal government incentives for an industry to convert. Now, the price of carbon, I don't want to go on too much longer here, but with the price of carbon coming in, there's obviously going to be industry incentive for themselves to reduce their emissions to avoid that additional price of carbon. Finally, where the rubber hits the road regionally, page 45, E and F. So what are the budget implications? On one hand, it says no budget implications for 2022 to the region, but then it says it's being introduced as part of the 22 budget process, and then further budgets for full corporate carbon budget. So what are we looking at it for 2022? Are there any dollars that are going to be required for this?
I can speak to that. So in terms of the work that's been done to date, there has been no additional budget implications during 2021. As we look towards the internal corporate transition, there are budget implications in terms of building staff capacity and for specific projects and implementation of planning work across the board. We are working currently with staff across the organization on information that can be included in each of the department's budgets that would be linked to climate action within the corporation, and we'll have more detailed information on that going forward. But what we're wanting to do is to be able to ask for enough funding in the 2022 budget cycle so that we can hit the ground running and actually make action and take action on the work that is ahead of us, knowing that it is going to have to be phased over time and that we do have a long road ahead of us.
Mr. Dyer, were you going to jump in there?
Oh, through you, Mr. Chair, just to say that the budget implications are going to be worked on over the summer as we plan our 2022 budgets. And as Ms. Hagerman has just indicated, we'll advise council of the provisions that we'll be including in the draft budget, which are still being worked on at this point. And I think it's one of these situations where over time, we're going to go through an iterative process of working on and incorporating various implications, as well as in some cases, various savings into future budgets. And we'll keep council obviously very well informed of that as that evolves over the next few years.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I guess I'm kind of surprised that we're looking at adopting a major transformative program for Waterloo region, which all of council supports, including myself, without any financial implications for 2022. So you're asking us to approve something where we don't know what the costs are going to be. Is there an order of magnitude? Are we talking $1 million? Are we talking $5 million? We need to have, in my view, we could support it in principle for sure, but we need to have some kind of idea of what the costs are going to be for at least 2022 based on our approval today.
And through you, Mr. Chair, I'm not sure I can commit to a number today as those discussions are ongoing, and we continue to revise our estimates for the 2022 budget. Just conceptually, I'm thinking a little bit about how in the past council has approved various plans, various master plans, for example. I think all of those master plans are approved on the notion that it's subject to annual budget approval. So as soon as we have a better number that we have some confidence in for 2022, we can put that in front of council.
I agree, but most master plans also have 10-year financial forecasts, especially as it relates to capital. So there's, a little bit, so there's numbers attached in those master plans. Okay, thank you.
I think that's a good point, Councillor Strickland, and staff should take that away with under advisement. But I would also point out that there are initiatives in the budget, in terms of active transportation, capital budget, GRT expansions, even stage 2 ION. Those kinds of things are already in the works or or winding their way through different processes. So some of those things will be included in the budget, but there certainly will be a lot of other incremental costs, or in some cases cost savings that we can possibly document. Councillor Jowett.
Thank you, Chair Galloway. And so the first thing I wanted to respond to was the fact that if not us, who, if not now, when? As somebody who uses geothermal and beefed up a roof of my new house intentionally for the day we get the amazing solar panels that we are awaiting, I think the time is now. But I do like that Sean is being cautionary here about what does the cost look like. And I recall the micro sort of journey that we took on with water efficiencies, and so to me I see, yeah, maybe we need to throw some numbers around and do some things like that, so that staff can bring forward some great ideas. We are balancing the economy with climate change, and these strong conversations are critical, I think. And why not start at this level? 15 extreme weather events cost $1 billion each, plus $10 billion in damage, perpetuated by the fossil fuels, unfortunately. And so I think that there's some real information to be gathered from COVID, where we call it or I do anyway, arrested development, because there was so much information there as we slowed the world down. And I'm hoping that can help us understand, how we can maybe move forward on, every drop of water in that puddle has to make a difference, So I'm really hoping that we can all do our part here, and the bigger questions that are out of our jurisdiction, they've got to do their part, right? And that's a global question mark. So that's all I wanted to say about it.
Councillor Erb.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And perhaps I should have asked this question earlier to Tova and Mary Jane in their presentation. But I just wondering, given the rural-urban mix of our region and the emphasis on food production, how is the sector who manufactures farm equipment, which is just a big piece of the agriculture, responding to the need to move to a different kind of a technology or modification of that equipment?
Tova or MJ, any idea?
I can give it a shot, Mary Jane, if you'd like. I'll start. What we've seen is that there has been some movement within the change of those pieces of equipment, not necessarily by the manufacturers. I'm not aware of change in their own processes, but certainly in moving towards either electrical powered equipment, big combines, that sort of thing, as well as the consideration of hydrogen for those that are very, very large for industrial farming. So it is certainly on the radar. And there is a farm here that was recently profiled in the record that was moving towards all electric. So there is a good awareness there. And as Mary Jane spoke in our presentation, that the agricultural sector actually sees that they have a very strong role to play in the moving forward of this, that it's not only good for their businesses, but it's good for sequestration. Their farming practices can be part of the future as well. So this isn't just an urban solution, certainly.
No. Thank you.
Okay, I have no other questions from members of council. So we're going to now go to the delegations. I want to thank all the delegations for appearing today and for their patience getting to them. I'll remind the delegations there are some kind of rules of engagement. We ask you to leave your video or camera turned off and your microphone muted until you are called upon to speak. All delegations today will get 5 minutes. I believe there's the last delegation will get 3. And that we ask you to leave the meeting once your issue has been addressed. And of course, you're encouraged to rejoin us via the webcast on YouTube. Not that it's likely necessary, but we always advise delegations that they would be removed from the meeting if they were to interrupt council or staff or other delegations, any derogatory comments, turning your camera on or off at inappropriate times. And of course, we cannot tolerate any hate speech or defamatory comments, all of which I'm sure we will not have to worry about today. So we're going to go in order on the agenda, and I'll ask the first delegation, Gordon Nichols, to turn on his, there he is. Welcome, Gordon.
Thank you.
And we hear you.
Good. Okay, let me begin by thanking you councillors for all the difficult work you've had to do for the last 16 months. Sadly, the COVID epidemic has caused deaths at a very big rate and has revealed that there's unexpected things that can happen. It raises the question, can we learn from this? Most especially, can we learn how to plan for the ever-growing problem of climate change? This meeting is being held to determine what steps the region could take. And as this cartoon shows, there can be a lot of talk, and is that what it's going to be? Or will it lead to action? And what actions? And I would specifically like today to talk to you about very specific things, about reducing CO2 emissions, increasing tree coverage so nature can do the work of absorbing those CO2 emissions, and finally, improving our living environment and the health of our citizens. Now, this is a bit of an old slide from 2010, but at that point, in this region, 40% of the emissions came from traffic, buses, trucks, and cars. To be specific, the region has 250 buses on the road in the GRT and many police and service vehicles, all of which emit CO2. It's maybe time for the region to lead the way by prioritizing the removal of the current bus system and getting electric buses in place, as well as replacing the police cars in the region truck fleet. You could be leaders, although I understand that there has been a huge increase in the amount of electric vehicles that have been sold in the last year. I would urge you to consider a loan plan to help the school bus companies convert to electric. Now, one of the councillors mentioned a minute ago about cost. I have tried to put some numbers together. GRT buses cost about $1 million each, and so $15 billion a year over 5 years, a total $250 million would replace the bus fleet. At a cost of $50,000 per vehicle, if you allocate $10 million, I think all the vehicles that are with the police department and the region could be replaced. Then there's the charging station infrastructure, possibly $2 million do the job for that. And for school buses, maybe an interest-free loan situation of $25 million, total $287 million. That's a lot. I'll talk more in a few minutes about where it might come from. Action point 2, we need to preserve green space and plant trees. Sandy Hills, which is one of the region's parks way up in the north end, could be expanded in order to reforest on adjacent areas. And as the little fellow in the cartoon says, let's plant more trees. Now let's move to the center of the region, and we have to ask the question, does the region have enough green space for the current and the 40,000 new citizens who will live near the center core in those big buildings? The COVID crisis has shown that cities that green space is essential for both physical and mental well-being. Now, fortunately, there are some potential sites available. Let us use the park fee that would come from these high rises to establish new large green spaces that are so necessary for good health and also are centrally located. Here's some numbers. Some of you know I'm afflicted with numbers. The current ratio of 0.665 hectares of parkland per 100 residents means we're going to need another 900 acres of parkland for all these new residents. Now, would this forest be a nice addition? It happens it's available. And we would suggest as a first choice, you should look at Hidden Valley. Will it be a future oasis or will it be a lost opportunity? Perhaps you will recall 100 years ago, Homer Watson convinced several local Kitchener businessmen to buy and donate Watson Woods for future generations. It's time now to duplicate that green space. We need more. Now, the entire Hidden Valley area
Gordon.
will offer. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
1 minute left.
Okay, thank you.
Just giving you warning, that's all.
Important numbers to consider. 120 acres provides 3,000 tons of CO2 a year. Now that works out to reversing the CO2 footprint of 500 citizens locally. Why not partner with Kitchener to save this property? That green space there, along with some of the other spaces as shown here, would give over 200 acres. Now, we in addition need another 675 acres. Idea one, you could look at the purchase of this floodplain acreage near Freeport Hospital. Idea two, up in the Conestoga area, there's a lovely forest tract between the rivers. Idea three, particular bank along Riverbank Drive in Cambridge. All three suggestions have been picked because they're close to the population, adjacent to the river, and they will allow trail extensions. The planning department might find other sites. Now, we need to stress that all of this would improve the health of our citizens. Not only has the epidemic caused the death of 26,000 people, but it's brought mental depression. And so here's a key question. Had the 40,000 new residents been moved into those high-rise buildings along the LRT line, where would they have gone during the last 16 months? Now the Friends of Hidden Valley say, now is the time for action. Now, where will you get the money? We would suggest you cancel the plan to spend 500 million local tax dollars on the LRT, redirect 285 million to buying those electric buses, cars, and trucks, redirect another 2 million to setting up charging stations, and allocate another 25 million to the purchase and preservation of properties such as Hidden Valley and those properties suggested above, which will guarantee the production of oxygen and the absorption of CO2 for many years into the future. As the cartoon shows, if you pay now, you can profit later. This presentation by myself is being made on behalf of the Friends of Hidden Valley, and I thank you for taking the time to listen to these very specific suggestions, which, yes, they'll cost a lot of money, but I have suggested where you could get that money from.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Gordon. Any questions to Mr. Nichols? Councillor Lawrence.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think we have to do a better job of managing time. I don't think it's fair you let delegations go over. We've got a number of them. And I think if they can't do it in 5, they should, you should just cut them off realistically. Anyway, Gordon, good to see you. The question I have for you, you've already asked, but Mr. Chair, on generically, I think each speaker, I would like for them to just basically answer a couple of questions. Who do you think is going to pay for this initiative over these many years? And there is only one taxpayer. So what do you think this will cost the region of Waterloo taxpayers as we move forward on this issue? I mean, there were some questions raised earlier about financing. And I think people coming forward with all these great ideas, they have to understand that there's only a finite amount of money, especially at the provincial and federal government. I know many people that haven't been working for the last 18 months. So just being realistic, and I think it adds another dimension to the discussion that everybody would love to have everything all the time. But I think it's important that people need to think on the costs, especially the ones that between the provincial, federal, and regional taxpayers, what it would cost. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Lawrence. Any other questions? I see no other questions for Mr. Nichols. Thanks, Gordon. The next delegation is Mr. Bruce Taylor. Bruce, are you with us? There he is. Thanks.
Yeah.
Bruce.
Okay, so you can see a screen?
Yes, we can. We can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Well, thank you for allowing me to join you today and on this topic. And I'll particularly speak to what Councillor Lawrence just said about I'm going to outline kind of practical, affordable ways to get there. And I'm also going to outline some pitfalls that can derail the whole process. And so EnviroStewards, the engineering company in Elmira. We're about 16 people. We're the only Canadian company to get a Global Sustainable Development Award, various awards like that. For example, Maple Leaf Foods, the first large food company in the world to be carbon neutral. We assessed 35 factories, got them to carbon neutral and saving millions of dollars per year. So you're asking who's paying for it? It's actually saving them millions of dollars instead of costing them millions. The other part of our work, we do development work in East Africa. If you're ever interested, we have a TED talk on that called Better Than Charity. But essentially, we teach people how to build water purifiers using local materials so they don't have to deforest and hence greenhouse gas. And this gets into climate equity. We've caused the climate crisis in the developed world, but we're benefiting only ourselves with our solutions versus, once you get to the climate offsets, consider developing world ones. We ourselves, we're in a 100-year-old building in Elmira, but we've cut our own footprint 78% per employee, self-financed. We've cut outside air 97% with a living wall. We've cut our water by, we're only using 10% of the building code amount of water kind of thing. And so it's possible. This week we're commissioning our own roof. So we replaced our roof with a white insulated roof, and we're putting a blue roof on it. We're going to launch on Thursday. We've cut it 75% the heat loss through the roof just by doing that. Plus, when we start evaporating water from the roof, that's going to reduce it even further. So what we advocate is a practical, affordable way to get there. First, where are you now? What can you practically do to get there? And then how do you implement, track, and report it kind of thing. On the food loss side, Mary Jean was mentioning, if food gets to landfill, it turns into methane, which is even worse. But an even worse thing than that is to waste the food in the first place. Because 1/3 of all the food on the planet is wasted. If we just destroy it more efficiently with digesters, composters, and stuff, we still waste 1/3 of the food. It would still be the 3rd largest greenhouse gas emitter on the planet, and you still lose $49 billion in Canada. So we did 50 factories across Canada. We saved $230,000 per factory per year of food. One of them, this was actually before that study, we did Campbell's Soup. We found them $700,000 of food that didn't have to be wasted, which saved them 4,000 tons of greenhouse gas embedded in that food before it even got to Campbell's. And then it's also job retention. We found them 1.6 million of energy and water first. We were implementing it, but they closed the factory before we were finished. If we got all that implemented, it's harder for somebody to decide, okay, we're going to close this factory and move the production to the States. So if you do this, it's job retention in the community, right? It protects jobs. And then here's an Achilles heel. So this is the outcome of a traditional tendering process is, hey, that's got 2 wings, 4 legs, that's a Pegasus, right? So you go for the low bid. When you do that, you get the lowest value, you get zero innovation and higher costs. For example, I presented to a delegation under this program, and during the same session, they're presenting they're going to do a new arena, right? And so they're going to hire somebody, design, build to build this new arena. And then the city is going to operate it for the next 30 years, right? So then I said, well, we actually did an arena in London where we proved that we can heat the entire arena with what they're paying to get rid of right now from the ice pad with their existing chiller system. And they said, well, go talk to the builder. So I have to go talk to the builder who's got a design build contract and say, do you want to use the design you've always used for free? Or do you want to pay extra for engineering so that the city can make the savings on the energy? So there's no structure in that to actually have it come about. And so you either pay more on the engineering at the front end so you can save on the capital and save on the operating cost, or you do what you've always done and you get what you've always got.
1 minute,
and so in that particular case, that arena
Taylor
could actually cut the gas in half from what they were actually using. They would, more than half, but the actual greenhouse gas would be more than half, more of that commitment, and save money. But you can't do it with a normal approach. And so what you need to do is you have to look at the life cycle, not the initial investment. And so thank you very much. I'm throwing up to questions. The average payback of the work we've done is 1 year, right? 100% return on investment. Where are you going to get otherwise? And this is why you get this big uptake, but you have to make the investment of the time to figure out what you should do before you do it.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Mr. Taylor. Any questions to the delegation? Councillor Shantz.
Just want to say thanks to Bruce for coming and presenting to us. We're always proud of our number of companies that are environmentally helping us get ahead on this. So thanks.
Well, thank you, Councillor Shantz.
Okay. All right, we'll go to the next delegation, or two delegations together, Megan Rattan and Scott Ninamia Morton from 50 by 30.
With respect, Chair Galloway, we have been minutes on the agenda and we've prepared for 10 minutes. We will try to go as fast as possible within that time, but that's what we've prepared.
Okay, go ahead.
So, good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today on behalf of the 50 by 30 Waterloo Region organization about the need for urgent climate action as you consider the Transform Waterloo Region strategy. My name is Meg Rattan Walker, and this is my colleague, Scott Morton Ninomia.
Good morning, members of council. I'm with 50 by 30. We're a grassroots community group advocating for bold, swift local climate action. We've been working hard throughout the pandemic online to mobilize support, and we've garnered over 7,000 emails to councillors from across the region. Next slide, please. I don't know if we have the slides up, do we?
I think you were supposed to do the slide, Scott.
Okay, can I share my screen?
You should be able to share your screen.
Yeah, go ahead, Scott. Yeah, there you go.
Excellent, excellent.
Thank you for your patience.
Slide 3, please. Excellent, perfect. So we endorse the TransformWR strategy developed by Climate Action Waterloo Region. It's a critical part of catalyzing the solutions in our region, and we recommend its approval, and that its approval must also include an in-principle commitment to meeting the science-based targets to reduce local emissions 50% by 2030. We recognize that municipalities collect only 10%, 10 cents of every tax dollar collected in Canada, and therefore this ambitious target is only possible with the support of provincial and federal governments. As Kate Daly said earlier this morning, municipalities have the capacity to lead this way that no other local actors do. Our region has an amazing track record of advocacy with other levels of government. There's a former MP and a former chair of FCM around the council table. And you as councillors have the most powerful voices in our community to speak up for the interests of our entire community and the local businesses that are its lifeblood. A thriving local and global economy can only be built and maintained in the context of a stable climate. Next slide, please.
Call for urgent action is backed by decades of science, and these warnings aren't new, just growing more urgent. Global atmospheric concentrations of carbon dioxide and CO2 equivalent are now at 419 parts per million, which is far above the safe threshold of 350 parts per million. We've added 50% more carbon dioxide since pre-industrial times. If we continue on this trajectory, children in Waterloo Region will live to see a 4-degree temperature change, a completely new geological era in their lifetimes. Climate change is not just a future problem, and our community will not be exempt from climate impacts. We do not have an option that is not transformative change. It's only about whether or not we choose the kind of change we want to see. Climate impacts are occurring on a global scale. Sorry, next slide, Scott. And the responses are coming swiftly. Cities are leading this global response. Over 700 cities have committed to doing their fair share to reach 50 by 30, and Canadian cities are among them, with Vancouver committing 50 by 30 and Halifax shooting for an impressive 75% reduction by 2030. Next slide.
Thank you. Halifax estimates that their plan to reach 75% reductions by 2030 will generate 90,000 person years of employment over the next coming 10 years. In Waterloo Region's context, that's the equivalent of adding the workforce of 1 Cambridge Toyota plant or 2 Google headquarters to the region's economy every year for a decade. I really hope that this sounds interesting to you. Moreover, in our region, the Community Energy Investment Strategy, which MJ already alluded to, suggests the potential to keep tens or even hundreds of millions of dollars of local energy dollars in our region through the creation of local renewable energy. Also, to address one of the earlier questions about the impact on local heavy industry, I want to draw council's attention to Cambridge metal fabricator Veriform, who has drastically reduced their CO2 emissions since 2006, while achieving a 70% reduction in energy costs, 40% reduction in maintenance costs. They also expanded their plant, increased their workforce, and boosted their profits in the process. These are all stats on their website, and any council members or local business owners might be interested to look at them. Economy and environment need not be at odds, and Veriform, a thriving business in our region, has the numbers to prove it. As you heard this morning, the TransformWR strategy outlines Waterloo Region's formidable potential to become a hub of clean tech, renewable energy, and retrofits, and the abundant local jobs and revenue generated as a result. It also envisions the region as a sustainable agricultural powerhouse, producing food for over 150 million people who live within a day's drive. It outlines plans to deploy existing technologies to convert buildings away from natural gas heating and eliminate half of local emissions through a move toward active public transportation and electric vehicles. The strategy eloquently captures our world-class capabilities, resources, and know-how, so there is no reason to wait. We have to seize this potential in this decade that matters most for climate action. Next slide, please.
We need to take these bold local actions quickly because, as the IPCC says, every action matters, every bit of warming matters, every year matters, and every choice we make, even here, matters. And as Councillor Jowett inferred earlier, the global north is responsible for 92% of the cumulative emissions for climate change. And that means we've also reaped the most benefits of colonialism, resource extraction, and centuries of industrialization through the fossil fuel industry. We have the moral responsibility to decarbonize at the speed the climate crisis requires. Next slide. It's also about intergenerational justice. This is our last decade, our last chance to prepare ourselves for the zero carbon future we need and to make the changes that we need for our community to thrive despite a climate change world. Our children, mine is right here, are some of the people who have done the least to cause this crisis, depend on us to take responsibility for the kind of world they will inherit. Next slide.
Councillors, I invite you to pick your own reason to say yes to the Transform Waterloo Region strategy and to the 50 by 30 target. Do you want our city to be, our region to be safer? Do you want our local businesses to thrive? Do you want to do the right thing? Or do you want to make us a local, global leader in climate solutions? These folks right here, these three young folks are my kids, and they're my reason and my motivation for a push for bold climate action. And this is them on our street, our beautiful street in Kitchener this spring. Your decisions today are being listened to by young people like these, and your decisions can create for them a community, a region that leads on climate action because it's the right thing to do, a safer and a prosperous community, and a community that ensures everyone benefits from the safety and prosperity that results from taking leadership and committing to 50 by 30. Thank you so much for your time.
Okay, thanks very much, Megan and Scott. Any questions to Megan or to Scott? Councillor Lawrence.
Well, Mr. Chair, to you, actually, maybe I misspoke. I was hoping that each delegation would at least say something about the cost. I can ask it each time, or you can maybe just ask them if they're cognizant of what it would cost for all these initiatives they're talking about to the regional taxpayer, which there is only one. Does that make sense to you, Chair Galloway, or no?
Well, I think it's up to the delegations. They may or may not be.
As long as they're aware of it.
They may or may not be in a position to be specific about what you're asking. In some cases they may be, in some cases they may not. But you've let everyone know what you're interested in, and then it's up to them to respond if they.
And I guess I'm just not sure of the process. Everybody, all the delegations are on this call right now watching. Is that correct?
They are, yes.
Okay, fair enough. That's good.
Megan has put up her hand to answer that. So.
Thank you.
Megan, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Chair Galloway, through you. With respect to Councillor Lawrence, we know that the cost of inaction is far greater than the cost of action at this point. And trying to continually refocus it on the economics really elides the fact that there will be enormous suffering, human and non-human, even here in Waterloo Region. So while I do believe we should cost things, there are plenty of formats where we can see what the cost is and how the sooner that we act, the more money we'll save and the more lives we'll save. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Megan. No further questions. So again, thanks very much. Oh, yes, Councillor Foxton.
I can add to that. To go back to some of the points that we made earlier, like it's clear, I'm sure, to you as council and to us as well as advocates pushing for this bold action, that municipal governments only, as I mentioned in the presentation, only collect 10 cents of every tax dollar in Canada. So it's imperative to get the funding from the provincial and federal governments. That's where we think a lot, the lion's share of the money is going to come from. It doesn't make sense to cripple local councils with this. That doesn't make any sense. But I think we have to go back to the fact that you can only build a thriving local economy on a stable climate future. So it's not, it doesn't make sense to debate between the two of them. We need a stable climate future to keep our economy viable. So we need to find the resources somewhere. I would also recommend looking into green bonds. A lot of municipalities have used green bonds to finance, as a catalyst fund to start on climate action and the bold climate action that we need. So that's another potential solution for you. Thank you for your time.
Councillor Foxton.
Chair, through the chair, and just as a comment, many of us grew up at a time when the ozone layer was gone and action needed to be done. And it was done. And I can't believe how quickly the ozone layer repaired itself. COVID-19 slowed things down and the earth regenerated. Maybe it's not the dollars we put behind this totally, but the actions, the collaborations, the partnerships, the selling of the concept to the public, because most of the public believes what we're all saying. We believe we need to do something. We're all looking for electric cars. I want an electric car. I'm looking at electric scooters, anything that will assist in this. I think by agreeing to this, we're not saying we're going to throw billions of dollars out there, because no matter how much money you throw out, if the community, if the people don't buy into it, it will fail. The people are speaking to us. They're starting to buy into it. They're asking for our support and help and some backing of dollars, but everything we do is partnerships. So I think this is a good plan. I think it's the way to go. I don't think we should just look at the money. Let's get the goals there. And then nobody believed we would heal the ozone layer as quickly as we did. And it happened. And it was shocking. No one knew that with COVID-19 in a couple of years and less cars on the road, the earth would regenerate. But it happened. So I think we should go ahead. I think we'll look at ways to move forward. And it has to be public buy-in as well, or we will fail.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Fox. The next delegation is Kai Reimer-Watts. Kai. Welcome, Kai.
Yep. Good morning. I will just get my screen share going here. Okay. Is that showing up okay?
It is.
So honorable council members, my name is Kai. I'm a co-organizer with 50 by 30 and a Kitchener resident. I'm speaking today as a citizen in support of both 50 by 30 and the Transform strategy. And I'm a graduate student at Laurier who helped make this idea for a public climate mural a reality at the heart of Laurier's Waterloo campus a few years ago. And it still symbolizes to me a great deal about where we are today and where we need to go, remembering that climate is life. And that's something that may seem obvious, yet our collective treatment of the climate system, pumping seemingly endless amounts of pollution into it, would suggest many of us have forgotten this simple truth, that if we radically change and ruin the climate and other critical Earth systems, we are doing so at the cost of ourselves, of many, many other species as well, and broader society. So has been emphasized, bold action is not a choice. It is what a global crisis demands of us if we care for the future of our society, our economy, and our children. So we should not be narrowing ourselves to only look at the costs of action, but also the many benefits of action and the extraordinary, unacceptable cost of inaction, which could lead to, as we've heard, a completely unsafe climate future in our children's lifetime. And the good news story is that there are so many solutions available. We're certainly not without options. We've been much of the society-wide commitment needed to move swiftly, including bolder political leadership. And we need an expanded view of what's possible, not a narrow view. And that's what the TransformWR strategy begins to move towards. This article appeared in CBC just over a month ago, describing an innovative new tool to help Canadian municipalities reduce their GHG emissions coming out of Nova Scotia. And it's designed to help remove financial barriers to doing this work, especially for smaller municipalities. And to me, this embodies a spirit of sharing and supporting all municipalities to do this, which we can learn from. Nova Scotia is also home to Halifax, which recently made a 75% commitment and is growing as quickly, if not more so, than the region. And so the idea that growth means we can't have bold action, they've really flipped on their head. We can have bolder action because we have increasing talent coming into our communities to figure this out. And it's a great attitude. Just a few years ago, Evolve One unveiled Canada's first zero carbon net positive energy commercial office building. And this demonstrates the vast potential of local innovation to create solutions, and was built entirely on the developer's own money, within budget and without the use of fossil fuels. So we might wonder, why are we not codifying this? Why are we still hooking up buildings to fossil fuel energy today, let alone in 2050? The company behind this building, the Cora Group, a local family-run developer, submitted a letter of support of 50 by 30, which council should have. And finally, in the midst of a pandemic, this is something worth mentioning that often does not get enough attention, and that is that care work can be low carbon work. This was published last summer in Canada's Labour magazine. And to quote, "To address climate change, we need to create millions of good jobs. And in addition to traditional green jobs like installing renewables, we need millions of new jobs that create little to no pollution while making our communities healthier. Yet those same jobs are often poorly paid and insecure." So part of building the clean economy means redefining what good work means and valuing existing low carbon work that already benefits our communities a lot more. We need many more teachers, cleaners, childcare workers, domestic caregivers, and social workers. And this can often be low carbon work, but is too often undervalued. So let's look at what is here and can be supported. So to wrap up, absolutely, we can do this and we must do this. And let's draw on the many diverse talents and solutions that exist in our communities. And as elected leaders, don't undervalue your own influence and capacity to create change alongside local organizers like myself and all others who are here before you, asking to partner in bold action today, which we can continue to do. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Kai, and thank you for all your efforts. Remind me the name of the movie that you produced.
Yeah, so that was Beyond Crisis.
Beyond Crisis, yes, and I remember seeing that at the Princess Cinema, and it had a pretty profound effect on me. So thanks for that as well. Any questions to Kai? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on then to the next delegations, or two delegations, Lindsay Dyka and Betsy Daub.
Hello.
There's Betsy, and we hear you.
Good morning. I'm Betsy Daub of the Nith Valley Eco Boosters. We are a volunteer group committed to achieving and supporting a long-term healthy environment in Wilmot and Wellesley townships through education, action, and collaboration. Over the past number of years, we've hosted a variety of public events aimed to educate the the residents of our community in these goals. We hosted a screening of the climate change film by Kai Reimer-Watts, Beyond Crisis, Warmer, Wetter, Wilder with Professor Blair Feltmate, Just Eat It about food waste, and more recently, webinars entitled Let's Talk Electric Vehicles and Let's Talk Plastics. In addition, we are a partner in Let's Tree Wilmot, dedicated to increasing the tree cover in Wilmot Township. I've had a long interest in environmental issues from when I attended the very first Earth Day as a high school student. I have children, and it's important to me that they live in a world that has a future. Climate change, which is fueled largely by human-generated greenhouse gas emissions, has emerged as probably the biggest threat to long-term healthy environment, not just here at home, but in the entire world. The Eco Boosters have supported the TransformWR initiative, 80 by 50, 80% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by 2050. But the newer 50 by 30 initiative has a more ambitious goal, 50% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by 2030, which is what was required to circumvent disastrous climate change. The region of Waterloo signed on to the Blue Dot movement in June 2015 and declared a climate emergency in September 2019. It's now 2021. So the 50 by 30 initiative means that the region of Waterloo, and indeed all of us, must get on the stick now to reduce our carbon footprint. The region of Waterloo makes many decisions every year. And what is required is that every decision the region makes must be made with greenhouse gas emissions in mind. For example, land development has to maintain or preferably increase, not destroy, green space and trees. Procurement needs to favor less polluting options, such as electric vehicles and electric tools. The region needs to explore more public transportation options. It is necessary to increase the tree canopy and to educate citizens on how to care for trees. The Region of Waterloo Council needs to enact a mandate that requires such far-reaching planning and also build this planning mindset into the long-term strategic plan. And as far as costs are concerned, I will just reiterate what was said before. The cost of inaction exceeds the cost of action. Over to you, Lindsay.
Hi, I'm Lindsay, a member of the Nith Valley Eco Boosters and a grade 10 student at Waterloo, Oxford here in Waterloo region. I joined the Eco Boosters to make a difference in my community and protect my future as well as the future of all the generations to come. But there's only so much. Oh. Can people hear me?
Well, you're breaking up a little bit, Lindsay.
I
think we've got most of what you said, but you are breaking up a little bit. Yeah, you might want to turn your camera off if that might help.
Okay. Yeah, I'll try that. But
okay.
There's only so much that we as Eco Boosters can do. We can act, we can educate, we can collaborate, but only you can make the laws. Only you can ensure that action actually gets taken. So on behalf of the Nith Valley Eco Boosters, on behalf of myself, and on behalf of all the generations to come who deserve to experience the same beautiful world that we have, I ask that you please commit to a 50 by 30 emissions reduction target here in Waterloo region. The climate crisis is a crisis, and the residents of Waterloo region need a responsible government to stand up and take action. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Lindsay and Betsy. Any questions to the delegations, Betsy and Lindsay? Okay, seeing none, thanks again. We'll move on then to Guy Brodsky. Guy, there you are.
Hey, thanks for having me. I'm just gonna share screen and play a short video that some colleagues presented and then speak.
Okay, great.
My name is Leslie Johnston. I'm a resident of Waterloo. I support this action.
We're not getting the sound very well, Guy.
Sorry, is that better?
Marginally.
serious existential threat of the climate crisis means an immediate and comprehensive response. But we do need still with strength. We can't and must make this change.
We're not really getting too much, Guy.
And the strongest scientific understandings of our current climate situation and our projected potential futures. I know it holds the social and economic interests of our entire community, as well as our invaluable environment in its words. I am proud to live in the Waterloo region, and I know that as a community, we all know better than to let opportunities for change slip by us. Thank you, 50 by 30, for looking out for everyone.
My name is Petra Duff, and I'm an undergraduate student at the University of Waterloo. I support this action because the timeline for appropriately addressing climate change goes shorter and shorter as we continue to put off decisive action. And 50% carbon emissions reductions by 2030 is crucial to constraining global warming levels to a reasonable level.
Thanks for bearing with me there. I hope the sound got better sort of halfway through.
It did. It did. Yep.
Okay, great. So yeah, good afternoon by now, I guess. Thanks for hearing me out today. My name is Guy Brodsky, and I'm a resident of Waterloo since a few years ago now. I'm entering my last year of my undergrad at the University of Waterloo School of Environment, Resources, and Sustainability, which equips its students with an inter- and transdisciplinary approach to tackling environmental issues such as climate change. We learn to not only focus on one thing at a time, but to engage in socio-ecological systems thinking and learn to tackle complexity head on. This seems relevant for the task at hand and also opens up really cool possibilities as much as it introduces other hard questions. But bottom line, and to preface sort of my brief talk here, I'm a strong believer, as I think a lot of the other delegates were today, that if we get this right, transforming our communities to become more sustainable will also mean transforming them to become more livable and enjoyable, more conducive to good business, and safer and more welcoming to different perspectives and lived experiences. At school, I'm also a proud core member of Fossil Free UW, which finally saw our university's board of governors vote in favor of a robust plan to decarbonize our endowment and pension funds, as well as quickly and decisively divest from fossil fuel extraction companies. I and many other members of our school's community believe that this is not only the end of a long campaign, but rather the beginning of an opportunity for real leadership and innovation and sustainable investment. Likewise, in some ways, the TransformWR plan is a culmination of years of work, scores of interviews and engagement points, many of which I was happy to participate in. But in effect, it is also the beginning of a transformed Waterloo. And I know that there are a lot of people who've struggled the past couple of years, and I both respect that struggle and wish we could have done a lot more. But there is also sustained resilience, and it was great to see initiatives like the Community Fridge and Land Back Camp launch. These are examples, I think, not necessarily of simply nice things working out in our cities, but they're examples of good folks working hard day in and day out to support their communities. The fact that there's food insecurity in our bustling and growing cities next to the Grand River and in between farming communities, or no Indigenous community center in Kitchener or Waterloo, despite this being land promised to the Six Nations of the Grand River, we've still got a ways to go. So I think that the TransformWR plan is an opportunity to begin thinking ahead of how every little planning decision impacts our energy usage or our vulnerable and neglected neighbors. I know the city of Kitchener has been doing some cool work though, and like I said, I'm really looking forward to this. With that said, it's also been incredibly good to see each city and township formally endorse an amendment to the 30% reductions by 2030 in the plan, and instead acknowledge that what we need is actually at the very minimum a 50% reduction by 2030. I call on regional council to support a target of 50 by 30, and I think council, REAP and Sustainable Waterloo region and 50 by 30, and everyone who is involved. And I would invite you to continue thinking and planning boldly. As it stands, you have your community support for this plan, but ideas such as a massive community garden build out in uptown Waterloo parking lots, or local policy that could encourage the diffusion of distributed renewable energy systems, the bolder you go, the more support you will find, I believe. And I think the question of how to sort of pay for things is decently important, but as many other people have said, there's a wide range of options for all of that, I think. Thanks, and I yield the rest of my time.
Okay, thanks, Guy. Any questions to Mr. Brodsky? Okay, no questions. Okay, thanks, Guy, again. And the next delegation is Alex Lada. Welcome, Alex.
Thank you. Well, it's a real privilege to present before Regional Council to share my views on this crucial matter. I'm an associate professor at Wilfrid Laurier University. My connection to climate change is my work with Northern Indigenous communities that are dealing with quite stark repercussions of global warming. I also co-led the formation of a climate action committee in the Laurier Faculty Association just this last year. But today I'm presenting as a citizen with no particular expertise on urban strategies for GHG emission reductions. I'd like to start by applauding everyone who worked on the Transform Waterloo Region Climate Action Strategy. It presents a clearer vision and important pathways to achieve it. I'd also like to celebrate the decisions of municipal councils across the region to endorse the strategy and also pass resolutions to commit to a 50% GHG reduction target by 2030. I was prepared to argue in favor of the strategy and also to urge regional adoption of the more ambitious 50 by 30 target, but you've already heard a lot on that front. Instead, I will turn my attention to 4 ingredients that I think are necessary to achieve our goals: political resolve, education, policy outside the box, and advocacy. First, despite the overall positivity of the vision for 2050, aspects of the transformation for our region will not be easy. You will need to make difficult taxation and funding decisions. It is going to be uncomfortable, and there will be significant pushback. This is especially true in the transportation sector, as Mary Jane alluded to earlier in this meeting. As our local politicians, you need to be prepared for this. And as climate justice advocates, we need to be ready to support you as you take decisive action. For this same reason, all of us have a tremendous amount of education to do in our communities. Tova spoke today about the challenge of achieving the cultural will to change. Coordination between local governments, universities, organizations, and advocacy networks to do this education will be fundamental. In relation to policy, and like some of the speakers before me, I urge you to be bold and think outside the box. Let me speak to the crucial transportation sector as an example. I want to plant a seed in the conversation: fare-free public transit. It might seem easy to dismiss, and the region certainly couldn't do it alone. But it's time to bring fare-free transit into our discussion of policy levers to reach our GHG reduction goals, and also to recognize and elevate mobility as a public good. And no, it's not unrealistic, because others are already doing it. Hwaseong City, with a population of 700,000, is one of several South Korean cities in the process of making this a reality. They started phasing this in with riders under 18 years of age. This year, they're expanding to riders 23 and under and 65 and over, with planned further expansion to come. Luxembourg, with a population of 600,000, moved to free transit in 2020. Tallinn, the capital of Estonia, with a population of 430,000, has had free transit since 2013. And other cities are also moving in this direction. We can learn from them. And yes, different levels of government would need to raise taxes or fees in other areas to pay for this. If I'm not mistaken, fares currently pay a little more than 1/3 of the cost of transit in our region. Finally, I'd like to turn to advocacy. As Kate Daly explained today, the region and municipalities cannot achieve a 50 by 30 reduction, or indeed, I think, an 80 by 50 reduction in provincial policy climate. The Ford government's cancellation of planned changes to the Ontario Building Code, which would have given us new tools to move new construction towards net zero, is just one example. I urge our local councils and Waterloo Region Council to lead municipal and regional advocacy in Ontario to create the kinds of policy environments that cities need to achieve their GHG reduction objectives. And of course, as citizens, as organizations, as universities, and as advocacy networks, we need to work together with you to change that policy landscape. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Alex. Seeing no questions. No, okay. Thanks again, Alex. And we'll move on to Monica Wagner.
Great, thank you. I'm just going to get my screen set up here. Can everyone see my screen?
Not yet, Monica.
Okay, how about that?
It's coming, I think. It says you are starting to screen share, but we don't. There it is. Got it.
Oh, okay, the green slides?
The green slides are here, yep.
Okay. All right. So my name is Monica. Thank you for having me here. I am a new volunteer with Climate Action Waterloo Region. And I just want to clarify on the agenda, I think it appears as though I'm speaking on their behalf, but I'm really here today as a community member on my own behalf. And I volunteer on the residential sector committee. I am also planning to start the Masters of Geography program at Waterloo University in September, specializing in climate change in the Arctic. But today I am here to talk about the Transform Waterloo Region document, recently released by Climate Action Waterloo Region. And as you know, this document offers strategies to reduce greenhouse emissions from our municipalities with the goal of 80% reduction by the year 2050. And this is our path to fighting climate change, and it is awaiting your endorsement and enactment. So I want to talk about why these strategies are so critical and what I think we can achieve together. So here's the situation. We need to be worried about climate change because models predict that the consequences will become severe in the next 80 years if we continue our current emissions. And some of these consequences are expected to be irreversible. These consequences include threats to drinking water supply, threats to food crops, rising sea levels that will flood coastal communities, increased rainfall and flooding in urban communities, increased extreme weather and storms, increased forest fires, which will destroy homes and leak smoke cover over neighboring communities, loss of polar ice, which would have protected us from warmth by deflecting sunlight, loss of ecosystems, and disruption in global seafood, which is a main source of protein and income for many countries. And many of these consequences have already begun to unravel. And again, they are expected to become severe in the next 80 years and some irreversible. The IPCC is also predicting that postponing action will be more costly in the future. And I don't have any detailed cost analysis today because that's beyond my current skill set. But I will say that if we're asking about where the money is going to come from for these strategies, we also need to ask about where's the money going to come from to fix problems with flooding? Where's the money going to come from to manage increased hospital emissions from extreme weather? Where's the money going to come from to fix disrupted food supply? So we need to consider the costs of the not changing as well as the cost of changing. So how can we know all of this information and not act immediately? So the Transform Waterloo Region document answers this call to action. We're urging for reduction in emissions across the top emitting sectors. So transportation, workplaces, homes, waste, agriculture, and food, with the long-term goal of 80% reduction by 2050 and a short-term goal of 30% reduction by 2030. In order to meet both of these goals, we need to start today. And starting today also presents a huge business opportunity. Revenue and jobs can be generated from technologies that fight climate change. And globally, more jobs already exist in the clean energy sector than in fossil fuels. In Canada, the opposite is actually true at the moment. So what can municipalities do? Municipalities have control of about 44% of Canada's total emissions. The remainder are under federal and provincial jurisdiction. This means that we have the potential to make a huge impact, but we also need to pressure provincial and federal governments to do the same. And we need to influence other municipalities to do the same because we will have strength in numbers. The IPCC even says that community level action is needed to prevent warming to catastrophic levels. And Waterloo Region is a leader in climate action. We've already reduced our emissions by over 5% since the year 2010. But to continue our progress, we will need a portfolio of strategies and we will need continued teamwork, because the causes and solutions to climate change are so complex and multi-sectorial. During the pandemic, humankind proved that we can collaborate to solve enormous problems quickly. We developed a vaccine for COVID in less than 12 months. But in climate change, there will not be a relatively quick, singular fix like a vaccine, because climate change, again, is so multifactorial. So let's work together, take responsibility for the science, and keep Waterloo Region's momentum going and lead this fight against climate change. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Monica. Any questions to Monica? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to Mike Maurice. Mike. There he is.
Good morning, Chair Galloway and committee. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Great, thanks for your time. For those attending or listening this afternoon who I have not met before, my name is Mike Morris. I live in Kitchener on Block 2 of the Haldeman Tract, and I founded Sustainable Waterloo Region almost 15 years ago now. With Mary Jane Patterson and several others, I helped launch Climate Action WR in the years that followed. And it was almost a decade ago that I co-presented to Regional Council our community's first climate action plan. Perhaps unsurprisingly, I strongly encourage Council to support the TransformWR climate action strategy alongside the 7 area municipalities that have already done so in recent weeks. It's an ambitious plan, as you've heard, that reflects incredible work by a wide mix of community members and organizations. As you've heard earlier, TransformWR is the result of years of consultation and technical review. I feel that our community and city staff and regional staff have all done their jobs well. They've prepared a plan rooted in local actions that taken together would transform our community for the better. As well, I join others in encouraging you to fully align the strategy with climate science, as called for by scientists, Indigenous leaders, and young people for decades. This includes, at minimum, a 50% by 2030 target. As regional staff and others have rightly pointed out in their report and mentioned earlier this morning, the region of Waterloo will not be able to achieve this target on its own. You will need stronger leadership from our provincial and federal governments to do so. And wisely, regional staff have already included ongoing advocacy to both these levels of government as part of their recommendation. I understand that Councillor Clark will be bringing forward an amendment to add a 50 by 30 target to this strategy, which Chair Galloway has helped to craft. And I strongly encourage you to support this amendment. In doing so, by approving the TransformWR strategy and adding a 50 by 30 target, you would not only be supporting the incredible work that our community has done, but you'd be showing the leadership that we need of all elected officials today to be bold in setting targets that align with climate science and committing to ongoing advocacy and engagement with other levels of government to ensure that collectively we do our fair share in pursuit of a sustainable and equitable future. Now, I'll pause here to address Councillor Lorentz's question regarding the economics of this strategy with 2 additional points for Council to consider. On a national scale, the National Roundtable on the Environment and the Economy has projected the cost of climate inaction will soar to $91 billion a year across the country by 2050. In terms of local economic development, back in 2013, when I was leading Sustainable Waterloo Region, the region contributed $15,000 for us to incentivize 5 local organizations to conduct energy audits. These audits led to $70,000 of spending on local auditors and $90,000 more in projects with local firms that also saved 5 local organizations money, led to 66 trees getting planted and reduced 800 tons of greenhouse gas emissions. And so this $15,000 deployed towards climate action led to $160,000 in local economic development. And I think this is exactly what this kind of plan will lead towards more of on a larger scale over the coming years. As you've heard from others, in my view, as a council, you've shown leadership on the climate crisis many times before. You did so years ago when you unanimously approved our community's first ever climate action plan. And again, more recently in 2019, as referenced in the Regional Council report, when you adopted a resolution affirming the climate emergency that we are in. And so I hope you'll continue in this tradition by supporting this strategy this afternoon and adding a 50 by 30 target to align with climate science. Thanks for your time and for all of your commitment to public service. I welcome any questions that you might have.
Okay, thanks very much, Mike. Certainly not surprised to see you here today. Any questions of Mr. Maurice? Okay, we'll move on to the next delegation then, and that's Yao Zhu.
Good morning.
Good morning, or maybe good afternoon.
Good morning.
Just good afternoon.
Good
now.
afternoon. Yes, it's already afternoon.
Yes.
So good morning and afternoon, everyone. And thank you, councillor, staff, and guests for hearing from me this afternoon. Today, I am actually wearing my hat as a resident that's currently living in the city of Waterloo. And I just want to mention how important the strategy is to our community and people living in Waterloo. Well, first, issues related to climate change have definitely been a long-term problem that was identified around 30 years ago, and is currently affecting our lives both directly and indirectly. And apparently, the Waterloo region has also been affected by climate change through the apparent decrease in air quality and the severe wet weather conditions, especially in winter. As a resident living in Waterloo, I also recognize the rapid phenomenon of the urbanization of the city within the 2 years that I live in Waterloo, specifically through the increase in buildings and population. Well, today I would like to support the endorsement of the Transform Waterloo Region Climate Action Strategy that was put together by the Climate Action WR. In brief, well, the action strategy focuses on climate change mitigation and reduction in greenhouse emissions through the workplace, resident, these three categories, and has developed 6 transformative changes that build on the 3 categories. Since 94% of our greenhouse gas emissions come from energy use, this strategy outlines ways to achieve community energy transition while transforming the Waterloo region into a fair, prosperous, and resilient low-carbon community, which I think is significant to the community because it does not only propose a brief strategy, instead it looks at specific transformative changes, such as the change of heat pumps used in buildings, shifting to the localization of food, and reducing greenhouse gas emissions from vehicles, which largely involves sustainable living. Well, the plans have involved meaningful public participation and require all stakeholders, from citizens to businesses and to governments, to participate in the implementation of strategy. This means that through the implementation process, we can also increase the environmental awareness within the Waterloo community and raise citizens' passion for the solutions because they are also an important part of the strategy. Well, other than this, the strategy also looks at a long-term process that contains a 10-year plan for work to be completed in the next decade to reach a midterm goal of 2030 and lay the foundation for a significant transformation in the Waterloo region by 2050, which means we're doing this together. And as a volunteer in the Climate Action WR, I understand that the climate change WR and community members are always here and planning to solve the climate change issue together with everyone in the community. And I want to support the strategy as a resident that's concerned about climate change issues and as a student studying an environment, which I know that there are a lot of passionate students and residents that are also concerned about the same issue and are willing to take actions. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Annie. Any questions to delegation? Okay, seeing none. Next is Carol Burrows and Nolan Anders. Or Nolan Andres, maybe.
Thank you. Yes. I'll get my screen shared here. Let's see.
There it is. It's working.
Okay.
Yep.
Very good. Thank you. And get my notes up here. Good afternoon, Chair Galloway and Regional Council. My name is Nolan Andres. I live in Waterloo on Block 2 of the Haldeman Tract. I'm here today with Carol Burrows on behalf of Faith Climate Justice, which is a regional network of faith communities that was founded in 2019. Faith Climate Justice is currently comprised of faith communities from the Jewish, Hindu, Unitarian, and Christian traditions. Interfaith Grand River and Christians Together Waterloo Region have also joined our network. And we continue to welcome members of all faiths and people of goodwill. In 2019, in January, Diane Sachs, who was at that time the Environmental Commissioner for Ontario, she spoke in Waterloo Region, and she indicated that up to that point, there had been almost complete silence from faith leaders on issues of climate change. And then she presented a slide that looked a lot like this one. I tried to copy it as exactly as I could. Ms. Sachs's talk that day was really an inspiring challenge. Faith Climate Justice is very simply our effort to rise to that challenge and to take the opportunity that she spoke of. As people of faith and citizens of Waterloo Region, we are concerned about the climate crisis, and we're concerned about a just recovery from COVID that leaves no one behind. We feel that our role is to bring a faith lens to the conversation and to mobilize and support faith communities in their engagement regarding the climate crisis and a just recovery. You can learn more about us at faithclimatejustice.ca. You can see here some highlights from what we've done in the past year. The banner, the climate justice banner that we refer to, is what you saw on the title slide for this slide deck. We've also held a number of very successful open dialogues for faith leaders, growing our network and extending the conversation. That's been very successful. And we've also organized delegations to local councils, which is what brings the two of us here today. So speaking to our unique role of bringing a faith lens to this dialogue, just want to say that first, because we view the natural world as a sacred trust, we not only see climate action as the best choice for humanity, but we also understand that it is our moral obligation. It's also a moral opportunity, as Diane Sachs put it, to be caretakers of and partners with the natural world. And second, we see climate justice and social justice as integral to each other. The vulnerable groups that are disproportionately affected by the climate crisis are the same ones that are most affected by the pandemic and its economic challenges. And the recovery represents a fantastic opportunity to build both a more just and a more carbon-friendly society. So with respect to the proposal on the table, Faith Climate Justice absolutely applauds and supports the TransformWR plan, and we advocate for an amendment to adopt the even stronger goal of a 50% emissions reduction by 2030 in concert with the science. We particularly appreciate TransformWR's emphasis of the key principles of inclusion and equity, caretaking, and partnership with the natural world. And we also know that the region and the municipalities can't do this alone. So we're asking you to take on this goal, to be a leading region, to advocate with provincial and federal governments for the resources and support that we need to accomplish this. Now, alongside our our slide deck, we submitted a statement to council that expands on what we've presented here, and I believe that council received that statement yesterday. I hope you did. And I just want to emphasize two things in closing. Number one, we have received broad and enthusiastic support for this statement from our faith communities and for the collective view that it represents. And number two, we're not just here to advocate for this motion. We're here to indicate that, and this is consistent with Councillor Foxton's comments earlier regarding public buy-in, and it's consistent with Alex Latta's comments as well, that we are committed to mobilize and to support faith communities so that we can support our collective regional effort to follow through on this plan. So you have our commitment there. So thank you, Chair and Council, for your time today. I would like to now turn it over to my friend and my colleague, Carol Burrows.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Welcome, Carol.
And thank you for taking the time to hear my particular comments on this important issue. My name's Carol, and I'm a member of Faith Climate Justice Waterloo. I attend Grand River Unitarian Congregation in Kitchener, where I'm co-chair of the Climate Action Group and a member of the Board of Trustees. I've lived in Kitchener for 20 years. I have 2 grown children who live and work in the region. I'm here today for 3 reasons: my son, my daughter, and my faith. My son and daughter deserve a future, but I'm desperately afraid of what that future might hold. For 40 years, climate scientists have been warning us about global warming, and now we face an emergency. I grew up in the 60s and 70s. For 40 years, I've been part of environmental and social justice movements and have tried to make personal changes. Among my most hopeful actions, my partner and I planted over 5,000 trees on a farm we owned in Perth County 30 years ago, trees that are now helping to sequester carbon. I have tried to put my money in places that matter and will continue to do so. For 40 years, I've also worked and paid taxes that should be getting directed to resolving our climate emergency. The cost of not making these transformative changes is far higher. This past year has taught us so much about how to deal with an emergency. I've seen many of these lessons framed in the Climate Action Strategy report. The biggest single lesson is that a rapid response to an emergency is possible. The authors of this report, which I have read several times, have done an amazing and inspiring job of creating a 10-year plan for our region, a plan that is our best shot at a rapid response to the climate emergency. It's time to act. As a person of faith and a member of Faith Climate Justice Waterloo, this document provides me with hope. I believe it provides our region with hope and a path to a brighter future. Nolan has shared the many reasons for our support. So I'll just say that this strategy aligns with my faith values. Thomas Homer Dixon, a political scientist at the University of Waterloo, says that hope must be honest. If we are honest, there are only 2 possible future outcomes today: the realization of all our fears, or the adoption of a strategy that might offer us a chance at a better future. I'm asking you to take the chance for a better future. Endorse the strategy. Work with other governments to increase the emission reduction targets. Get to work on the 10-year plan. We must do this, and we should do it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Carol, and also Nolan. Any questions from committee? Okay, seeing none, the next delegation is Aidan Morton Ninomiya.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hello, I'm Aidan Morton Ninomiya, and I live in Kitchener on Block 2 of the Haldimand Tract.
I hear a lot of people making delegations, talking about their children and the youth who will be affected by the climate crisis. I'd like to start by noting that I'm 18 and I'm one of those youth. I'm sure you're tired of hearing about the climate crisis, and I'm tired of hearing about it too, especially as I know that I'm going to have to spend more of my life living with the consequences of inaction. I'm sure you're also tired of navigating new obstacles from a pandemic no one could have anticipated. But that isn't the case for the climate crisis. We have very clear messages from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change that we need to be bringing our emissions down now. We're in a place of such privilege to be able to take action and prevent irreversible climate change, and it would be irresponsible for you as our elected officials to not use that privilege to protect the community you represent. It's also unfair that on top of any kind of stress that my peers are already facing, they're being told the rhetoric that the climate crisis is the fault of the individual. 49% of Waterloo Region's emissions come from transportation, and another 45% come from commercial and residential buildings. And neither myself nor my peers are choosing the cars we drive or the homes in which we live. That's not on us. I want to see my community taking systemic climate action so that it's easier for people of all ages to live sustainably, and I've been working to make that more of a reality here in Waterloo Region. Over the past several months, I've been working on an initiative I started called Grand Climate Movement, specifically with the intent of showing my peers how to take climate action at the municipal level. I want to be part of a community that takes the pressure off of each individual to reduce their emissions by adopting the goals of this climate action strategy as a bare minimum. I've also heard speed is justice in other delegations, and I wouldn't say that's just for future generations. We will have to act sooner or later, and if we take action now, we can pioneer municipal climate action and be a guide for other municipalities, living out our innovative reputation as Waterloo Region. Finally, I want to say that climate activists aren't here for the clout or because we think it's easy. I'm a high school student now, and I'm taking time away from studying for my summative calculus and biology assignments to make this delegation. Climate activists are part of these conversations because we all care about our communities, and we want to ensure a livable planet for ourselves and for future generations. And I'm sure you as councillors have the same priority. It doesn't matter how many little steps we've taken or how long we've been picking away at our emissions. We know from objective reports given by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change that we need to decrease our emissions by at least 50% by 2030, which means that we have to go above and beyond the 30 by 30 goal as stated in this plan in order to reach the bare minimum of science-based goals. And we know from other municipalities' climate action plans that it's possible to do so in an economically feasible manner. And with respect to Councillor Lorenz, through you, Mr. Chair, I don't know the specifics of how much it will cost a taxpayer in Waterloo Region to take action, but I do know that climate has to come first in these decisions. I understand that we have to be fiscally responsible when adopting these plans, but I also understand that the climate is the structure on which our economy is based, so it doesn't make sense to reverse the priorities. And as has already been mentioned, there are a few municipalities across Canada, like Halifax and Vancouver, that have adopted climate action plans, and I'm sure they haven't designed the plans to run themselves into financial issues, so I'm sure we could look to them for some guidance. I welcome any questions you might have. Thank you.
Okay, well done, Aidan. Any questions to Aidan? Okay, we'll move on to the next delegation, and that is Larry Freiber. Larry is not in the room. Okay, we'll move on then to Carly Rath. There's Carly.
Hi, everyone. My name is Carly Rath. My pronouns are she and her, and I was born and raised and currently live in Kitchener on the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee, Anishinaabe, and Attawandaron peoples. I work at Laurier Students Public Interest Research Group, or Ellisburg for short. We're a nonprofit in Waterloo that works with Laurier students and other community members to strive towards social and environmental justice. I would like to focus my time with you today on assuring you that our community here in the region of Waterloo is ready to do what it takes to meet a 50% reduction by 2030. If you help to provide us with programs, we will participate. If you provide us with changes in infrastructure, we will support them. If you make tough decisions, we will respond with an understanding that this is what we need to do. I'm confident in saying this due to what I've seen through my work at Ellisburg. As the sole paid staff at our organization here in Waterloo, all of our work is volunteer driven. As volunteer and community engagement director, I can tell you that we are often overwhelmed with too many folks eager to help. I help to guide students and community folks by orienting them so they can do amazing things with various programs and groups, whether that is Food Not Bombs, who collects food that would otherwise go to waste and they serve it outside Kitchener City Hall, Climate Justice Laurier, who advocated to remove some of Laurier's decorative plants and is now this year growing food for Indigenous students and community right on campus, or our Menstrual Equity Initiative that provides reusable menstrual products to students. Just like the previous delegation, students are so eager to dedicate energy to important causes. They are busy doing their studies, often working as well to pay rent, and they still volunteer because they care about this community and the planet. Further, there are already incredible groups in our community who are ready for you to invest in, such as Land Back Camp and Young City Growers, which is an urban farm run by Black youth. I'd like to draw a comparison, as some others have, between the climate emergency and the COVID-19 pandemic. Both are fatal crises that if humans do not respond well, we will face certain death. Our community as a whole has done an incredible job. Our local government, our public health workers, our essential workers, and the general public at doing what we can, making sacrifices to save ourselves and our loved ones and our neighbors who we do not know, but we care for. Beautiful responses have been common, like encouraging signs on lawns, new programs meeting people's needs, or intentionally supporting local businesses. While yes, unfortunately, some people have not been cooperative and some certainly are resistant, the majority understand that shifts in our lifestyles are what we need to do to collectively stay alive. When our local government created innovative testing centers, we showed up. When you came up with an efficient vaccine program, we participated. When you made tough decisions, we responded with an understanding that this is what we need to do. Please vote today to take drastic 50 by 30 action so that we can all work together and do what we have to do. Thank you.
Thanks, Carly. Well done. Any questions of Carly? Okay, seeing none, we're on to Alyssa McClurg. There, where's Alyssa? Welcome.
Hi. Thank you. I'm just going to share my screen.
There we have it.
Thank you for having me here today. My name is Elisa McClurg, and I'm presenting on behalf of KW Urban Harvester. KW Urban Harvester's vision is to transform urban spaces into anything sustainably, preserve the harvest, and save the seeds. We started in the spring of 2006 as a program of the group you just met, PERG. Our goals are very much in line with the idea of a thriving local food system put forward by many here today. We've been working together to promote the production of fresh, healthy food in the Kitchener-Waterloo area. And with the pandemic, with the help of our friends and collaborators, we upped our efforts and started a Grow a Row program that encourages folks to grow a row or a messy patch for those in need, producing fresh, healthy food as a result. We also started a yard share program that aims to help match those with extra yard space for gardening to those needing space to garden, that we hope to be rolling out further soon. For this year, through these programs, we have the goal of donating 5,000 shopping bags worth of produce that we're well on our way to doing. While what I am talking about may seem just like making changes around food, our dreams are bigger than that. Our dreams are nothing short of dissolving the pavement, reimagining the turf, and repurposing unneeded structures to grow food. In the process, greenhouse gas emissions would be drastically reduced because we would reduce food miles and increase carbon sequestration by gardening, instead of having lawns and so much pavement. These changes require much less external financial input from government, etc., but rather rely largely on the support of our community. You could say as a result that urban gardening points the way to the low-hanging fruit, easy changes that I heard Council expressing a need for today. Through KW Urban Harvesters' involvement in the local food movement, we have seen firsthand people's willingness to step up and help. For this and so many other reasons, we believe our community is capable of far more than we have thought possible. We at KW Urban Harvesters stand as a result with 50 by 2030 to be in their desire to be consistent with what the science is saying we need to do and is in line with the Paris Agreement for a 50% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by 2030. To make this goal achievable, we'd like to ask people to consider getting involved in KW Urban Harvesters, or any gardening group for that matter. With our initiatives to boost and track our overall urban food production, Urban Harvester offers a practical model not only for the Kitchener-Waterloo area, but also the region of Waterloo as a whole, and how we can reduce greenhouse gas emissions while also increasing access to fresh, healthy food and vibrancy and the health of our community. This is a slide showing my daughter Liliana quietly picketing in our nearby woods, reminding me with her sign that she needs me, you, and all of us. I bring her in because she and the other children like her will be the ones to continue in the future whatever work that Council commits to today. And they are the ones counting on us to lay the path to make that possible. For her and the other children, I ask that Regional Council demonstrate leadership and commit to a 50% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by 2030. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Elisa. Any questions for Elisa? Seeing none, we'll move on to Laura Hamilton. Welcome, Laura.
Hi. Thank you, Regional Chair and Councillors, for this opportunity to weigh in on how our community is responding to the climate crisis. I'm here as a Kitchener resident, a co-organizer of 50 by 30, and as a member of Divest Waterloo, a local grassroots organization that's all about shifting our financial investments, our collective resources, away from fossil fuels and into solutions that support a regenerative economy and a transition to a resilient low-carbon future. Divest Waterloo has been working for the last 8 years to create awareness and to build community in our region around climate action. We're also the KW chapter of Faith in the Common Good, a national non-sectarian charitable network dedicated to assisting and inspiring religious congregations and spiritual groups of all backgrounds to take collective action in creating more sustainable communities. Our group grew out of the Social Justice Committee at Parkminster United Church in Waterloo, as we realized that every social justice issue the church was working to address was being exacerbated by climate change. Once we understood the math of climate change and just how quickly we were racing toward 2 degrees of average global temperature increase, we formed Divest Waterloo and got busy. We're on track to hit 2 degrees average global temperature increase by the mid-2030s. And I would like to think that by now we all know that this is the threshold that must not be crossed, because once we pass the 2 degree mark, the odds are against us and in favor of triggering tipping points. setting off potentially disastrous feedback processes that build on and reinforce each other in a snowball effect. No one knows at exactly what threshold such feedback events will happen, but we do know that the odds of them happening go way up once we cross the 2-degree threshold. Tipping points mean that we lose any chance of an off switch to climate change, as the Earth's system itself would continue to drive it. This is what keeps us awake at nights. So I'm here to applaud the accomplishments of Sustainable Waterloo Region, Climate Action Waterloo Region, REAP Green Solutions, and regional staff, and to ask Regional Council to approve their exciting transformative climate action strategy. And in addition to this, to increase ambition in key areas, including working toward a near-term science-based climate target of 50% emission reduction by 2030, because the science is clear. This is our only chance to avoid that 2-degree threshold. When we began to organize the 50 by 30 campaign over a year ago, we were blown away by the number and diversity of grassroots organizations and individuals who rallied to work together through the summer of 2020 to develop the structure of the campaign on pillars that are built on the intersection of climate and social justice, focusing on policies and actions that fall within the responsibility of the municipal order of government: transportation, housing, food security and sovereignty, and public health. Thank you, Meg, Scott, and Kai, for sharing so many of the events and engagement opportunities that 50 by 30 has led throughout this campaign. We have, as grassroots organizers, created learning opportunities for thousands of residents of our region over the last few years. And now, as we are asking the region to take a leadership role with targets and actions that are commensurate with the scale of the climate crisis, I am asking you to commit to leading local public education and awareness campaigns about the causes and risks of climate change to garner the broad support that is necessary to implement your transformative plans. Please know that there are many community partners who are ready and willing to join in this work. My work supporting a better tent city has meant that I've had to step back from 50 by 30 organizing for the last couple of months. As I'm sure you're all aware, it's been a very busy few months for a better tent city. And this leads me to my last request for you. While climate change is having profound and increasing impacts on the health and well-being of us all, the most marginalized individuals and communities feel its effect most acutely. This is particularly the case of many millions of inadequately housed and homeless people globally. One of the many impacts of climate change and associated weather extremes is to compromise the housing and living circumstances of impoverished people. In turn, individuals lacking adequate shelter are the most exposed to weather extremes and the least supported in crisis response and risk mitigation efforts. Over the last year, I've had an opportunity to become friends with a number of residents of our region who have lived unsheltered, and I now understand the impact living rough has had on their health and well-being. And so on their behalf, my final request is that you prioritize the needs of those in our community with the least access to resources as you move forward to implement the transformative change necessary to meet these targets, so that we will not only avoid the worst consequences of climate change, but we will also create a more prosperous and just community by increasing the health, well-being, and economic opportunities for all citizens in our region. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Laura. Any questions of Laura? Councillor Urbanovic.
Thanks very much, Chair Galloway. And Laura, I just really wanted to thank you for coming in today, along with all of the other delegations, but particularly for bringing this element into the discussion. I think it's an important piece as we consider this work going forward, and just wanted to acknowledge your leadership in that space, and thank you for bringing this into the conversation.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move to the last registered delegation then, and that is Stephanie Gertz. Welcome, Stephanie.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello. So I have 3 minutes. I'll do this quick. And thank you through you, Chair. So the COVID-19 pandemic is disrupting rural and urban food systems worldwide, posing a number of challenges for cities and local governments that are obliged to deal with rapid changes in food availability, accessibility, and affordability. The pandemic has exposed the fragility of our global food systems, and many families are experiencing food insecurity. We're already seeing a doubling and in some cases tripling of the use of food banks in our region. As poverty increases, access to low-cost, fresh, and minimally processed foods become increasingly important to support the well-being of our population. During the past year, we have seen that just-in-time food chains are vulnerable to disruptions. We need to build a better food system, one that is more just and sustainable and resilient to the shocks of the future. And I'm sorry, I didn't say at the very beginning, but I'm here representing the Food Systems Roundtable of Waterloo Region. We're also seeing a return to garden and market garden production within our region, urban areas. And this small scale production is key part to building a resilience to social and ecological shocks. We must urgently reduce our emissions to minimize the threat to food production, both locally and globally. Even with quick and dramatic action, climate models show that Canada's agricultural regions will likely see drier summers, but also increased winter and spring precipitation. Climate change is bringing new extremes beyond anything we're used to managing. Water supply and water management are fundamental to farming, and so we must do everything we can to protect our access to clean water, not only for our farms, but for our residents. Waterloo Region food and agricultural land can play a key role in reducing emissions. Agriculture and forestry are two of the top industries that can have a major impact on carbon sequestration, but they're often overlooked and undervalued. By growing food using ecological methods, food production can regenerate air, water, soil, and biodiversity and conserve healthy forests, wetlands, and waterways. We now have a chance to be leaders in innovating solutions for sustainable agriculture and food distribution. Massive amounts of lands are being rezoned and lost. We do not have the unlimited prime farmland. According to Ontario Federation of Agriculture, over the last 10 years, and farmland in Ontario has been lost at an astonishing rate of 175 acres a day. That's five family farms each week. We simply cannot afford to lose any more land. Increasing both rural and urban food production, in addition to preserving our land and encouraging agroecological methods that support biodiversity and soil fertility, must be a priority to meet intersecting food security, climate, and social justice. In addition, further development of land in Waterloo Region must be in consultation with the Six Nations of the Grand River in line with the Haldeman Tract Agreement. We strongly support the approval of the Transform strategy with commitments to the science-based goal of 50% reduction by 2030. Our food system will require transformation of action that embeds social, environmental, and food justice, including the calls to action of the Truth and Reconciliation report as top. Thank you.
Very well done, Stephanie. Very well.
Thank you.
Any questions for Stephanie? Okay, thanks again, Stephanie. That is the last of the delegations, and I would now I would like to get the motion on the floor. Councillor Urbanovic has moved it. I need a seconder. This is for the staff recommendation. Now, Councillor Foxton. Okay, so comments and questions on this is now the staff recommendation, and Councillor Clark will be introducing a motion subsequently on the 50 by 30 matter. So, Councillor, seeing no comments, no questions. At this point, Councillor Harris.
Okay, well, thank you. And I want to thank all the delegations that spoke to this. I know I had a couple questions. I'm getting my notes together here, but I would like to consider an amendment to the report resolution. Specifically, I guess I'll go with I guess some context perhaps to the resolution that we've got before us. You know, there were questions surrounding costs associated with these measures and the lack, I think, of clarity on those costs. As I said to the presentation earlier, you know, myself included, local taxpayers, ratepayers, they want to do their part to combat climate change, but they also deserve to know what those costs are going to be, specifically directly to them. That is key. And I think that there are so many, you know, the strategy is significant. You know, the six recommendations are very ambitious. The language in here, there's a lot of, you know, direct, implement the actions assigned to the region in the attached strategy. And I do think that there's also a role for council to be of the process as the plan is developed, so that council is in the loop along the way. And so, you know, I hope that my colleagues can chime in here if they so desire, but I'd like to see something around item number I guess it is 1, update existing plans and developing new plans. I would suggest an amendment to be approved by council to implement the actions assigned to the region in the attached strategy. I also, and I had my notes here, but I definitely want to see a part of this resolution specifically outline the need and the necessity to perform, you know, a cost benefit analysis and a return on investment by staff for each. You know, I don't know if staff can chime in, perhaps Mr. Dyer can, with suggested wording on that, or I mean, how the process will unfold as we go through, you know, budget cycles. You know, I do have definite concerns about item 2. It talks about developing a detailed corporate climate change plan to transition the region off of fossil fuels as a corporation and as a community service provider. You know, that's very strong language, frankly, to use. And, you know, I didn't see any, you know, perhaps shared comments from our business community. I know we've got own utilities here in our region. I haven't seen a staff report yet on, you know, their input on achieving this potentially. You know, like the wording here is pretty firm. Although it may be aspirational in nature, it definitely, you know, it feels like I'm committing an awful lot without knowing an awful lot. And, you know, I'm not comfortable with that. And so, you know, maybe Mr. Regier, I had a chance to chat with him briefly yesterday about, you know, my concerns in this, and I definitely appreciate, you know, his time on that. But I don't know where I kind of leave it, Chair, but those are some of the suggested amendments that I'd like to see in this going forward. So I guess I'd ask that I have an opportunity to come back to that, but I'd like to hear what my colleagues have, if they're to share those concerns, and if there's a way we can make some amendments.
Well, the first thing I would say, Councillor Harris, is that all staff reports that come before council, and indeed there would be a number of staff reports that now could potentially come before council that would serve to implement these particular directives. They all have financial implication sections associated with them at the time that they would be considered. I mean, we can certainly include some language, but if you wish. So any decisions that would have to be made always has financial implications associated with them. So there would be those that opportunity to deal with that. But I'll ask Mr. Regier if he has any further advice in that regard.
Well, yes, just to confirm that all major decisions relating to master plans and major projects come forward to council for final approval. And I would say that one of the outcomes of the recommendation here today would be that we simply, in accordance with the direction in the corporate strategic plan, would be putting a climate change lens on top of the decisions that we make when we come forward to council for you know, we've been discussing some of the ways that we might be able to fine tune the recommendation. I would say I certainly wouldn't have any concerns about the proposed recommendation or tweak to item B1 that Councillor Harris has suggested, because that would be that we would be doing that as a matter of course. You know, it's also possible for council to approve the strategy and principle, subject to analysis in a future budget process, as has been suggested here by Mr. Dyer. There are, you know, and certainly we will be bringing forward you know, discussions on what the implications are as part of all of our planning work and master planning work, regional planning work and master planning work and project development work for council consideration.
Mr. Dyer, do you have any thoughts?
Well, through you, Mr. Chair, just to say that if council was looking for some language that might be helpful around the approval of the recommendations that are before you today, something along the lines of approving, approving in principle with implementation subject to annual budget approval, that might be a suggestion for council's consideration. And further to Mr. Regeer's comments, you know, I think the challenge at the immediate moment with respect to a full costing is that the implementation plans themselves, you know, that's something that we need to work on and figure out exactly how we're going to go about doing that. And that I think explains the absence of a costing or a savings projection at this point. But this will evolve and will become clearer, and as it does, we'll be able to put a much better financial picture in front of committee and council for consideration in future budgets.
Okay, well, we have some other speakers that I suspect are going to deal with this, in addition to maybe some other issues. So let's go through the speaker list and we'll keep track of this. Councillor Urbanovic.
Well, thank you, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I was going to make some comments and was actually hoping that Councillor Clark put her amendment on the table as well. But
it's not an amendment. I think it's a standalone.
Oh, is it okay? I thought at the other councils we dealt with them as amendments. I guess I just want to be clear on what's being proposed here, because my understanding is that the recommendations that are before us is a consistent recommendation that has been negotiated by staffs in all 8 municipalities with the partners, so that there is a consistent message coming out from a partnership point of view. And it's my understanding that the recommendations, save and except for the amendment or additional motion, as we're going to look at here, have been passed at the other councils in their original format. And so I guess I would ask Mr. Regeer, does that present some potential issues and concerns in terms of not having consistency amongst all the partners? I mean, I think it certainly does from a messaging point of view, but I will, from a staff point of view, I'm wondering if I can get a response on that.
Well, as I was, thank you for the question, Councillor Urbanovic. As I was just mentioning, I think that the suggestion that has been made is actually entirely consistent with our normal protocol, which is that we bring major decisions back to council for consideration, and as part of that process, we provide financial analysis that supports the recommendation of the of staff to council on major projects and on significant plans. And so, for example, there is a there's a significant body of work underway right now with regard to the regional official plan and the financial implications of the different growth scenarios that we're considering. So, and I know that's very much the case on projects that we bring forward as well. So, with regard to recommendation B1, that would be something that we would be doing as a matter of course. And I would assume that would also be done as a matter of course in the other municipalities.
Right.
But I haven't had conversations with my peers in the area municipalities, so I'm just making that sweeping assumption. I'm sure that all of the mayors around the table might be able to comment on that.
Michelle, you want to chime in, please?
Just further to what Rod's indicating, there were a couple of custom recommendations that each municipality were putting in. Ours, I believe, is recommendation B3. And so if there's an opportunity to work this sort of thought around finances into that recommendation, I think that would keep us consistent with the rest of the area municipalities and certainly not offend any of the intent of moving forward sort of globally across the region. In addition, I'd point out that we are moving forward with a corporate plan as well. And certainly any financial considerations would need to be sort of sorted out through that work as well.
Okay, so I guess I would want to know what the exact wording is that's being proposed and a confirmation from staff that it doesn't, stray from the partnership and the commitment with the other municipalities. And because I would tend to agree with what Mr. Regier said, there's always the understanding on these kinds of master plans that there is a financial component. That financial component will come along as individual pieces of work associated with the plan come forward to council. So I mean, I whether I think of our cycling and trails master plan, whether in the city of Kitchener, whether I think of our leisure facilities master plan, I mean, all of those, typically don't have dollar values attached to them until much later in the process. They're concepts, and then we take them to the next step. The one thing I would be really cautious about, though, is only approving this in principle. I think this is a body of work that has been boldly prepared by many community partners. It's had extensive community consultation, and it's, this community has exhibited continually for many decades leadership, going back to when the Blue Box started in the city of Kitchener many decades ago. And I think it's incumbent on us to have that same kind of definitive leadership as we go into this next step forward. So I certainly couldn't support an in principle notion. Finally, I do want to say, a thank you again to everyone who's been involved in the work. It's been nice to sort of see the partners who have sort of been on the bookends, the beginning one in terms of Mary Jane and Mike, who were a couple of the delegations today, and on this end, Mary Jane and Tova on the current end of this work. And I think it's been wonderful to hear from all these delegations, but I particularly want to acknowledge the youth that came out and spoke today, because really this is about future generations and making sure that they have a planet that is sustainable that they can live on and do it with a high quality of life and sustainability going forward. And if you think back to the whole initiative of the blue box and recycling, it really was young people that forced older people to change their habits. It was, little Johnny when mom or dad threw the pop can into the garbage can saying, hey, don't do that. It should go in the blue box. Or little Jane's, saying to one of their parents, hey, don't throw that plastic container, or let's, get a different type of light bulb or whatever. Throughout, it's been young people that have been really on the leading edge of much of this. And so it's been tremendous to hear from some of them today and to know that they've been part of this process. So I certainly support this wholeheartedly, as I did when it came to Kitchener Council, and will support the recommendation, so I don't need to speak again on it, that Councillor Clark is going to bring forward, because I think it does speak to the kind of leadership that this community has demonstrated in the past. And I also think it has significant opportunity for us, particularly from a green economy and being a clean tech hub. I think it presents many opportunities for us if we come out strong right from the beginning. Thank you.
Councillor Jowett.
Okay, so I'll be quick about this. So I'm happy to hear the conversation around fiscal responsibility, because no way do I see us advocating something like this. We have the potential for 44% collaborative impact with our municipal partners here. I don't think that's a spectator sport for us. I'm all in. That's 630,000 people that we represent today, and tomorrow it's 900,000. So I do think that this is something that we are heavily involved in and engaged in as stakeholders to help support it through the greater community. So I'm happy with the responses that are telling me that. We know what gets quantified, gets measured and explained, and actually gets achieved. So I think that I see us playing a role in that. So if the wording is such that the only amendment that I saw coming forward here is, yes, I'm respectful of Elizabeth's also for sure, is that sections 3C would say that council directs staff to work with local partners for sure on providing council with implementation and monitoring and reporting progress on the goals outlined in strategy, etc. So I that's what I was thinking was coming forward, and I'm glad we're harnessing this piece really specifically around what that looks like from a quantifiable perspective and from a financially responsible, because this is a balancing act. With our business community, we need to understand how that's going to play out for them as well. So I guess that's just the way I saw that. So if there was any kind of amendment that I saw going forward, I would hope it would be inclusive of maybe 3C that says that this is coming back to be sure I'd have a comfort level with that. Thank you.
Councillor Strickland.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I too applaud the work that's been done by the community and our staff on this initiative, and we certainly need to do whatever we can to combat climate change. There's no doubt about that, and I would concur with the historical leadership that we've shown on this file and the leadership we continue to show other communities across Canada. But my concern is, leadership at what cost, and leadership and not a blank check. And just last week, we received our first budget, had our first budget meeting, and the indication was a potential 6% tax increase. And we want to focus on service delivery and do whatever we can to provide the best service to our communities at a reasonable rate and a reasonable tax increase. And so, when I look at this report, this has got far-reaching implications, which we all are generally in support of. But if you look at, the recommendation, just go B, subsection 2, developing a detailed corporate climate change plan to transition the region off of fossil fuels as a corporation and as a community service provider, built collaboratively among departments and divisions, including interim and long-term targets. That's millions of dollars. Millions of dollars. And there's no denying that we need to spend money on this. But when I look at the report and I look at the financial implications further on page 47, it talks about, for further information to come back for the 2022 budget. Well, with respect to staff, like we've all been there before. We support something like this, and then a recommendation comes back for 2022. I don't know how much it's going to be. Is it going to be $1 million? Is it going to be $5 million? Is it going to be $10 million? And then we feel that we have an obligation to support that recommendation because we supported this resolution here today. So I am not arguing with the direction we need to go. I am not arguing against the work we need to do for a sustainable future. I'm not arguing with what we need to do for future generations. I just want a better window of how much staff are proposing we spend, and we spend in 2022 and beyond. And so what I would suggest, Mr. Chairman, is that if we, an amendment would be right at the top of the recommendation that the Regional Municipality of Waterloo support in principle. And I know Councillor Vanek doesn't like the term support in principle. I'm not going to, live or die on that hill, but take the following actions with respect to the report, et cetera, dated June 22nd, 2021, subject to additional financial analysis and budget approval. I just want to get an idea of how much money we're going to spend and how much money we're going to spend over a period of time to get to where we want to go. And I don't think that's unreasonable. There's cost benefit analysis. You spend money, you get a payback in 1 year to 7 years. I don't think that's an unreasonable request. And I think we have a fiduciary responsibility to say to our community, yes, we want to achieve these goals. Yes, we want to head in this direction. And this is how much it's going to cost. So if I can get a seconder to that amendment, Mr. Chairman, or wherever you feel it's reasonable, I'd like to put that on the floor.
Okay, Councillor Harris has agreed to second that, unless, of course, it's a friendly amendment, which is Councillor Urbanovic and Councillor Foxton's choice. Councillor Foxton, you okay with that?
Yeah, of course. That's what I was going to suggest. I don't want to just leave it for budget time. I want to know the funding before budget. I want a lengthy discussion and understanding so that when we go forward with eyes wide open. We do it at budget time with 20 other thousand things hitting us, and it's not fully realized. We're going to move forward, but I think we have to move forward logically, methodically, with a plan and with the costs along the way. And that's just doing our due diligence. So I totally agree with Councillor Strickland.
Councillor Urbanovic?
I have no concerns with the financial piece because that, as staff have indicated, was assumed. So if that provides greater clarity, that's friendly. But I don't think that we should be preparing it in principle. That really puts us only approving it in principle because I think that puts us offside with the other municipalities and quite frankly doesn't demonstrate the kind of bold world-class leadership that I know we're aspiring to as a world-class region that we've talked about in recent weeks.
I don't believe that's part of the amendment. Correct?
Mr. Chairman, yeah, I withdrew that in anticipation of Councillor Urbanovic's comments around that. I don't want to debate support in principle. I think it's fine, but in the interest of collegiality and moving it forward, I'm fine not to include that in the amendment, Mr. Chairman.
So that's not part of the amendment. Councillor Harris, just wait. I'll go with Councillor Shantz first. Councillor Shantz.
Thank you. Just really quickly, I support the motion and the amendment. Well, it's a friendly amendment, so it's part of the motion. I support the motion. We've heard from a lot of people today, younger, older, from agriculture, from urban and rural, and all across the region about the importance of this, and I think we all agree on that. So I support the motion. I also think when we're talking about, and this isn't part of the motion, but I think going forward, as we're talking about the dollars involved, we do need to look at the cost of inaction and the savings that are going to come from making these plans and from moving forward. So I'm sure that will be part of everything that staff does. And this motion will affect all of our decisions going forward. So I support it. I think it's important. I think we have to move on it.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Harris.
Yes. Okay. So I guess now that there is some feedback from council, and I do appreciate Councillor Strickland's input on that, building off of kind of what I had originally added. I did also want to draw people's attention again to those 6 transformative changes. I mean, I read the community engagement summary report, and I know there were, some extensive consultations. However, I didn't see a lot of detailed feedback from the business community. I don't think that there was, an extensive consultation. I don't see anywhere in there mentioned, a roundtable consisting of the local Chamber of Commerces in both Cambridge or Greater Kitchener and Waterloo. That concerns me, because if you look at those transformative changes, item 3, by 2050, businesses and homes are no longer use fossil fuels for space heating and cooling and water heating. I think, it's important to draw your attention to the fact the language in item 1 and to achieve the 6 transformative changes outlined in the strategy. I mean, yes, that's bold, but it's very definitive and comes not only at a cost, forget about the costs associated. There are measures by which the regional government, maybe a legal aspect here of us, basically, dictating to these businesses and homes that they're not going to be on fossil fuels by 2050. I mean, we don't even know if that's even achievable. Ideally, great to be, but we'll see where that goes. So, I would like to add as an amendment, attached strategy and to further consult on the 6 transform changes outlined in the strategy. I think that gives us an opportunity to go back to those stakeholders who I frankly don't feel were heavily included in the consultation piece. I see a lot of, community festivals, so forth, but, and maybe staff want to comment on whether there was specific roundtables. I don't see a roundtable hosted specifically for the business community. I know that there was some individual in-depth interviews with the business community, but no formal or informal small group conversations looked like specific to the business community. And I just feel they're a major stakeholder in some of these initiatives. And in addition to the cost, there could be other legal, impacts to this. So I would like to change and to further consult on the 6 transformative changes outlined in the strategy.
I'd like to ask staff and to what extent they're aware that possibly those consultations did take place. Kate?
I'll jump in here for a moment. So there certainly were consultations that targeted specific groups and specific contexts, both on the technical side, although that was focused a bit more on folks whose business is central to the energy transition, but as well as folks in the broader business community. I know it's something we were attentive to as part of our final survey as well, was keeping an eye to make sure we had folks describing businesses as well. And I think maybe Ms. Davidson and Ms. Patterson would be in a position to describe in more detail the work that Climate Action staff and they themselves had done to engage these communities as part of the process.
Topher, you mentioned something about this earlier. Maybe you could talk to it again.
Yeah, thanks so much for that. We did actually engage with membership within our programs. As I said, we've got about 95 organizations in one program alone, and we brought this to our membership and to that business community to get their feedback. Unfortunately, some of those members were registered to delegate today, AET group, for example, and couldn't hang tight with the scheduling to represent the business groups that are there and who see this as an important part of our future and their own low carbon future. to the question of did we engage with them? Yes, it was done through Sustainable Waterloo Region. And not only when you see it in the report, we were hosting dialogues just as REAP did and Climate Action did to our own specific communities. So we did not indicate that they were exclusive to businesses because of course we didn't say anybody wasn't welcome, but the invitations went through our channels and we are a business-based organization.
I guess.
Is your concern, Councillor Harris? I mean, these initiatives doesn't really bind private industry. I mean, because of what we might do today does not bind them to certain actions. Is that your concern, that you feel they're going to be bound?
Well, no, I mean, I don't, you know, it talks about implementing the strategy, the transformative changes, and it's pretty definitive that, you know, it's shall and direct, you know, so there's some pretty strong language in there. And I appreciate member companies that are part of the, you know, the green movement that have a financial interest in these measures. I get that, but there are others out there that employ people in the region in maybe the more non-traditional or the traditional ways, by manufacturing things and by moving goods and services that may not have had an opportunity to have proper input into some of these, you know, I think life-changing business decisions that, you know, maybe regulatory imposed on them somehow by regional government if they're directed to by the language that it speaks to today. So, I mean, that I'm just kind of sharing my concern and some concerns that I've had from folks that have called me on this matter. And so that's why, you know, again, I asked that, you know, further consultation on those 6 transformative changes. I mean, and that's an ongoing process, really, right? I'm assuming it will be, but, you know, I think it's an important element.
Kate Hagerman?
Yes, I did just want to provide some additional information on the consultation process that was used. Throughout the process, there was broad outreach to stakeholder groups. And for the final draft of the document, we, through Climate Action Waterloo Region, specifically targeted a whole list of stakeholder groups and tried to broaden the exposure of the document. Do a presentation to the home builders liaison group and circulated it to their whole membership. We circulated it to BIAs and Chamber of Commerce. So those folks that you're wondering whether or not they saw the document and were part of the consultation process, they definitely were. And so we think that this does represent a good portion of our community and that there was opportunity for broad input. And I just wanted to add that information.
Councillor Erb, is it on this matter or a different matter?
Well, I was going to speak in favor of the recommendation and Councillor Strickland's points. So if there's more questions related to Councillor Harris's concerns, I'll wait.
Yeah, I want to deal with this. So Councillor Harris, what is it you're proposing? What is the wording and where would you like to put it in? And then I'll see if it's a friendly amendment. And if not, then we'll deal with it.
So in item number 1, I'll just start at to the region in the attached strategy and to achieve the 6 transformative changes. I've just asked for and to further consult on the 6 transformative changes, right? So it talks about achieving, and I want further
consult with, just broadly consult, or are you more concerned about the
just further consult on the 6 transformative changes, right?
Okay, there it is. Is that what's on the screen now? Is that, are you satisfied with that? What staff have crafted?
Yeah, I mean, subject to, you know, a cost, further additional financial analysis. I think it's important.
No, that one we've already dealt with. So yeah. I'm dealing only with the matter of consulting.
Yeah, I'm fine with the yellow if we'll see where it goes. But
okay, Councillor Verbanovic, is that friendly? Councillor Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To be frank, I'm not sure to what avail adding that a report that presumably we're adopting, we're saying that. If we're adding the words consult in relation to the implementation of any recommendations, well, again, that's a given in my mind that we would do that. But if it helps to add those words to give councillors clarity, I'm okay. But I think it would have to be in relation to the implementation, not in respect to this report anymore.
Okay, so it's not friendly.
It's not friendly in its present wording. I'm trying to give a suggestion of how.
Yeah, no, I think I would agree with him on further consult on the implementation. I mean, I think that's important. Obviously, I look at it as staff will be heavily engaged. You've got the folks at Transform Waterloo Region. It's heavily municipal based, and some of those other groups. But outside of that, I think they're missing some important stakeholders as part of the implementation piece, specifically the business community that needs to be consulted on the implementation piece, because that has implications to them.
So, Councillor Urbanovic, are you saying it's a friendly amendment or not? Because I'm willing to put it to a vote.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is I think Councillor Harris said, as long as that it's in relation to the implementation, so there's probably a little bit of tweaking on the wording that needs to happen there. It is friendly, and that's what Councillor Harris said he's looking for as well.
Yeah.
Okay, Councillor Foxton, are you okay with that? And here's the additional wording. Councillor Foxton? I think you're on mute, Councillor Foxton.
Yes, I'm fine. It does say
Okay,
it down.
Councillor Erb?
Yeah.
My comments were going to be in support of the general recommendations.
Yes, well, these amendments are friendly, so we're now dealing with the motion as amended.
Okay, so we're agreeing we're all friends right now.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
Something like that.
Okay.
We always knew that, Jim, though.
Yeah.
That was a given.
I want to speak in support of the motion and the friendly amendments, and thank all of those who have participated in this process and conversation, and particularly those who delegated today for being part of this important initiative, and the resolution that you're asking us to make, which really is truly transformative. And I think if we want to we all agree that if we want livable communities for future generations, the actions proposed in these recommendations is simply something that we cannot afford to do. And the fact that 40% of emissions in Canada are caused by municipalities, consequently the economics of doing nothing is really clear for the municipalities. But more important, I think it's the economics for the health and well-being of how we live a healthy and sustainable lifestyle, and design our communities that recognize the importance of climate action. And collaboration has to be the bottom line. We need all three levels of government to be at the table, but also around the table, we need to be continually encouraged by the collective voices that we heard today, the business community, labor, and all the individuals who can continue to advocate that we can affect meaningful change. So thank you for continuing to make Waterloo Region the leader in this climate action, and I'm happy to support this, and thank you for the work that you've done on it.
Okay, just before I call the question, I don't see any other people requesting to speak. I just wanted to make some of my own comments. First of all, I think it's very evident that there's an imperative in our society, there's an imperative in our world that we need to be taking climate action more aggressively. We certainly have already been doing that to some extent, to a much more limited extent than what this plan, of course, provides for. And I do think that as a corporation, the Regional Municipality of Waterloo is pretty well positioned to take on a lot of these initiatives. Our strategic plan, which we approve for this term of council, is full of language that dovetails into many of these initiatives very, very nicely. When we put together our strategic plan with the climate action focus, as well as the climate action imperative, strategic imperative within our strategic plan. So it really does come together very nicely, this particular plan, TransformWR plan, with the strategic plan of the region and many of the things that we've been doing, particularly in regards to active transportation and transit, of course, which we heard about today within the plan and certainly from a number of the delegations. I think, you know, we do have to be concerned, of course, with cost. I mean, obviously, there is a budget, and there's only so much that the taxpayer can provide for. And of course, we have to look to senior levels of government to provide for much of this as well. But you know, when we do our analysis on the cost of some of these initiatives, I think staff should also provide for the cost of inaction. And how much bigger are we going to have to make the storm ponds? How much more flood protection are we going to have to provide for in the Grand River Valley, so to speak, and many other things that are going to be very expensive, and indeed are already being very expensive to deal with some of the consequences of climate change. I'm really proud of the collaborative effort that this has gone through with Climate Action WR, of course, anchored by REAP and Sustainable Waterloo Region, and the hundreds of volunteers that made up the various subcommittees of the Climate Action WR program, and led to the actual report, which is in front of us today. I think it may be unique in Canada that we have this grassroots community-based effort to bring forward these kinds of recommendations. And I want to thank all of those volunteers, as well as individuals from other organizations who were a bit tangential to that exercise, particularly the 50 by 30 group, and the Faith Climate Group, the Public Interest Research Group, and a whole variety of organizations, the Nith Valley Eco Boosters that we heard from today, and many others who contributed to the plan. I think it's a blueprint that is very ambitious. I think it should be less aspirational than it should be action-oriented. I particularly like the way it's constructed, that there are measures that can be implemented and then measured, because sometimes plans are put together that don't have those kinds of metrics associated with them, but this one certainly does. And last but not least, I want to thank the staff, regional staff, senior staff, and staff in the planning department who have put together, participated, of course, on the TransformWR project, but also here at the region are leading our response to it and helping guide council in regards to the project. So thanks to Kate and other staff as well. So with that, I'll call the question. If you would use your, what am I hearing? Okay, if you could, who's asking for the recorded vote?
I am, sorry.
Who? Councilor Bartlett? Okay, recorded vote. Jessica?
Yep. Chair Redmond. In favor. Councillor Armstrong.
In favor.
Councillor Clark.
In favor.
Councillor Erb.
In favor.
Councillor Foxton.
In favor.
Councillor Galloway.
In favor.
Councillor Harris.
In favor.
Councillor Jaworski, I believe he is absent for the rest of the afternoon. Councillor Jowett.
In favor.
Councillor Kiefer.
In favor.
Councillor Rentz.
In favor.
Councillor McGarry.
In favor.
Councillor Nowak.
In favor.
Councillor Shantz.
In favor.
Councillor Strickland.
In favor.
And Councillor Vrvanovich.
In favor.
And that's carried unanimously.
Carried unanimously. Thank you very much, Council. Councillor Clark.
Thanks, Chair Galloway. We've been talking about this for 4 hours, so I will make this very short. I don't think there's anything left to be said. Beyond giving Chair Galloway credit for his behind-the-scenes work on this particular motion, we declared, we committed to the 80 by 50 goal back in 2018. In 2019, we declared a climate emergency. We've heard today that we're not on target to meet those that goal that we set for ourselves, that is widely accepted around the world and is even considered a conservative goal. We need to have something that puts not just our feet to the fire, but also the feet of the other levels of government that that we will need to engage in and support this initiative. So this is not a competing resolution to the one we just voted on, but a complementary one, which is to set an interim goal of a 50% reduction by 2030. We're 29 years away from 2050. We can't just sit back and wait to see where we are in 2049. We need to be setting interim goals that are aggressive, or we're not going to get there.
Okay, it's moved by Councillor Clark and seconded by, who wants to second it? Councillor Erb. Okay, any comments or questions in regards to the, before we take the vote, I just wanted to thank 50 by 30 when they reached out to me to help them craft this particular motion. I certainly was pleased to do so, but essentially what they wanted, they just didn't have the experience in writing such motions for councils. So I took what they asked for and put it into words, and very pleased that the other municipalities have, for the most part, accepted it verbatim. So I will call the question. If you would use your icons to vote yes or no. So we have 15 in favor and 1 opposed? 14 in favor and 1 opposed, okay. Yes, that we have one member absent, okay. So that's carried. All right, again, thank you one and all who have been involved in this, and I'm sure there are people on YouTube as well who've been following along. And of course, I'm sure everybody wants to stay for the rest of the meeting so that you can stay online and hear all kinds of other interesting things that I'm sure you're just dying to hear about. But if you do find that you have to leave after 3 or whatever number of hours, thanks again for participating in the whole process. And committee, we're going to do the other 2 delegations, or 2 items that have delegations.
Chair. Mr. Chair, point of order. No workplace would go from 8:30 till 1 o'clock without even any breaks at all. We've dealt with this at the last term of our council, where people may need to take a break, may need to get medication, may need to get food. And this is kind of a little bit ridiculous. So I think we should take a half-hour break. And if the delegations don't want to come back, we should do that. But we are not machines, and we sure as hell don't get paid to do this, what we get paid. So let's be a little humane to this council. Let's take half an hour break, and we can come back at a reasonable time.
Well, that's not I'm not choosing to do that. I'm choosing to hear the 2
Well, I'm choosing to leave.
two remaining delegations, and if you want to challenge the chair, go ahead. When we had our agenda meeting yesterday, the plan was to hear the delegations and then have a break. I think these 2 items may take no more than the next 15 or 20 minutes.
I disagree. I think it's ridiculous.
Well, you can disagree, but unless you want to challenge the chair, I'm proceeding with the delegations that have been waiting now for some period of time. Okay, so the next item is...
Chair Galloway, you're on mute, Chair Galloway.
Excuse me? Councillor Foxton? I'm sorry? We're good to go? Councillor Foxton, I'm sorry, I didn't quite get what you were saying.
I was just telling you you were on mute, so we didn't hear anything you said.
Oh, really? I'm not sure how that happened. Yeah, Chair Redmond heard what I said. What I said, if you didn't hear it, is that I am proceeding with the delegations, and then we will be taking a break after that, unless council wants to overrule me. Okay, so the next delegation is Samantha Lernout. I would mention that this is not an item on the agenda, and Samantha has 5 minutes.
Okay, I am very sorry for the timing of this. It was a very interesting morning. I'm grateful to have been a part of it, and thank you for the opportunity to delegate. I will make this less than 5 minutes. I'm just going to share my screen, and I wouldn't have minded waiting a half an hour. Sorry to keep you guys here. I understand this is this is definitely a full day. Can you see my screen?
I can, yes.
Okay. So I'm from Citizens for Safe Groundwater, a non-for-profit organization in the region working to protect the health and safety of our communities through the preservation of our sustainable food systems and our water. We had originally registered to delegate about the proposed Hellman Pit in Wilmot. However, as we await the completion of the region staff comment for the Hellman Pit, we would like to show our support for the initiative 50 by 30. So again, it'll be very quick. We support land use planning that protects our access to local farmland and water for our continued growth and prosperity in the region. So of course, collaboration and advocacy at the provincial level plays a key role here to ensure our region preserves and protects its resources for future generations while combating our climate emergency. So this was already mentioned, 5% of Ontario's landmass is prime farmland, less than 5%. As mentioned earlier this morning, we pride ourselves in our local food production and savor our ability to buy local. Here in the region, we have taken the proactive approach of designating all of our farmland as prime in an effort to protect the sustainability of our food systems. Our protected countryside line helps to ensure we sustain our farmers market. Strategic intensified growth protects this land and promotes carbon sequestering of this farmland while maintaining our ability to keep our food production close to market. This tweet came up, I think, about a week ago, mentioning that if we continue to grow the way we are, in 7 generations, there will not be one farm, not 1 acre left if we continue this way. And this land loss, this farmland loss does not take into consideration, I know Councillor Foxton mentioned this in an earlier meeting, this does not take into consideration farmland loss to gravel pits. OFA has concerns with lost farmland to open mine pits and recommends that these activities be prohibited on prime agricultural lands. This is because pits do not have a great track record of being rehabilitated back to prime farmland. With only 20% of pits successfully rehabilitated within our region, Citizens for Safe Groundwater wants to see responsible end-to-end management of our region's land resources. An active application for a new open pit mine is in Wilmot was reviewed by Mr. Hoffman, which was commissioned by the region, leaves questions left unanswered. In the PPS, Section 2.5.4.1, rehabilitation of an aggregate pit located on prime agricultural land has a requirement that its site be rehabilitated back to an acceptable agricultural condition. Given the statement in Mr. Hoffman's report, CSGW is concerned that this required rehabilitation standard may not be proven in the application stage, let alone achieved if awarded. And water protection, of course. We are home of the Waterloo Marine, arguably our greatest natural resources, which I read in an article from 2003, which was given to me in the record. This groundwater source supplies the region of Waterloo with up to 90% of our drinking water, as stated by in the April 12th, 2021 Community of the Whole meeting. This property you are looking at in this photo is atop the Waterloo Moraine, a regional recharge area for the Wilmot Wellfield, which provides 40.9 million liters per day, 14.9 billion liters annually to the region. I hope that the Councillor Lorenz has been able to have a bit of a break and is listening. Protecting access to naturally filtered groundwater is undoubtedly more aligned with climate action goals than the alternative. Mill Friend, hopefully many of you are familiar with this wonderful man. He's no stranger to the region's water. In 1987, the year I was born, Mr. Friend made the case to the region that a pipeline to Lake Erie was unnecessary if we protect and preserve our water underground. Knowing what we know now about groundwater post-Walkerton and the importance of protecting it alongside the declared
Samantha,
climate emergency.
If you could wrap up, please.
We must do, yep, this is the last, it must do better, is 1.5 meters above the water table, substantial when we're looking at a climate emergency. So last slide, with knowing what we know now, we must be proactive and progressive in protecting our groundwater for public needs as our climate changes and need for safe, clean water grows. I ask you, Council, staff and Council, how can land use planning help our region to reach its carbon reduction goals to combat the declared climate emergency while protecting our farmland and water first? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Samantha. Any questions to Samantha? I understand from staff that this matter will be subject to a future staff report, so we'll be dealing with that at some future point. Okay, thank you. The next up, Councillor Jowett, sorry.
Thanks again, Samantha. I feel like I'm almost ready to give your presentation, and that's a good thing. You're doing some great advocacy work. I just wanted to remind everyone that Councillor Lorenz has played a significant role on GRCA for many years, and he does not take this subject matter lightly, Samantha. So just to let you know, thank you.
Okay. Okay, so the next delegation is on the Conestoga College bus stop matter, and Mary Cunningham is here with us. Mary, go ahead. There was going to be a staff presentation, but I have canceled that because I'm going to, I'll speak to it after Mary's presentation. Mary?
Good afternoon, Chair Redmond and Waterloo Region councillors. My name is Mary Cunningham. I'm a home economist, retired Ontario secondary school teacher, and permanent resident taxpayer in Lower Doon. Again, I am appealing to you to consider the health, safety, and quality of life of Lower Doon residents instead of giving the college whatever it wants when it wants it. Based on reading recent GRT materials, I see that all of our local concerns went nowhere. This is the third time I'm presenting. It appears that the college has asked for and got whatever it wanted, and the community and needs of permanent residents have simply been ignored again. Teaching in Ontario schools, as I did, is usually a community-based activity. We work together for the common good. Conestoga College is not really a school. It is a business, and growth is the main goal. Community needs and local residents do not count. When I questioned this after a town and gown meeting, a now retired employee looked me straight in the eye and said, "I don't care." But I already knew that. Taxpayers have no real voice here. As an immigrant from Toronto 17 years ago, I could not tell what was going to happen here. There are lots of great things about Waterloo Region. I found that out. And life in historic Lower Doon should be one of them. I thought it was safe to buy here. It wasn't. I would move if I could. Taxes for our duplex have risen to almost $6,000 a year. And I wonder why. I agree that buses are a good way for students to get to and from Conestoga. 45 kids on a bus compared to one in a car is a sensible, environmentally friendly option, especially for the future when all the buses are electric. However, the GRT prediction of 826 of them running by our homes every day, that's 413 in and 413 out, between 5:30 a.m. and 1 a.m. is just plain foolish and abusive to permanent residents and short-term residents. Please amend the proposal so the hub is on the underutilized lands near the intersection of Homer Watson and Conestoga College Boulevard. Protect the people who live here. And when the wheels really fall off college enrollment in future, the new bus hub will serve more than just the college and not be a rather useless white elephant. Today's students have changed dramatically since this project was first proposed. Since COVID, they now know they can live at home and study, have a part-time job, and not rely on transport at all. Most students now know that if they're going to survive in the future, they have to embrace huge life changes. We saw it this morning, 15 fabulous presentations. I remember those kids, they were wonderful. And they know their life is in danger. What is happening in Lower Doon right now would not be what they want. Most permanent Lower Doon residents think it's odd or completely ridiculous to have a bus hub serving multiple routes, ending at the proposed location buried at the end of a country road as far away as possible from its source of traffic. Switching the hub's location will save GRT up to 3 kilometers on every bus trip and make a hub location near Homer Watson much more economically and environmentally positive. As proposed, the bus hub will be located very close to over 400 residential homes. Many are occupied by seniors. Increasing their health risks to satisfy the college is not acceptable. Here's a partial list of 5 health dangers. 1, buses will run from 5:30 to 1 a.m. We will have noise and exhaust from these buses running beside our homes each and every day. We will be bus and noise free for 4.5 hours a day. You can't biologically recover in that short a time. Check out the research done on early dementia rates in women living near a busy, noisy, dirty road in Toronto. Air pollution. Diesel and hybrid buses still emit toxic exhaust. World Health Organization. Fumes with well-illustrated negative health effects come from these buses. The 2020 GRT Air Quality Assessment document into this was hypothetical and based on modeling, not real data. It used data gathered in 2016 near St. Mary's Hospital, which bears no resemblance to running 826 buses a day near people's bedroom windows. The maps in the study were not factual and did not even consider Highway 401. What will you do when the observed facts are worse than these predictions?
Consider this real evidence. Between September 24th, 2019 and December 30th, 2020, 12 men died in the Mill Club. Only men. They fell like dominoes. We were stunned in here. We quickly learned why a police car arrived right after the ambulance and fire truck. Somebody else had just died. Most of these men were not very old. There were a couple who were quite old, but most weren't. We produced 12 widows very quickly, and most of them lived closer rather than farther from Dune Valley Drive. This kill-off was before 826 buses a day. Gambling that these buses will reduce student traffic enough to protect our health is just that, gambling. Light pollution from this new nearby hub will affect where we live and sleep. It is a very serious concern, even if modern downlighting is used. We currently note that in many Conestoga parking lots, no attempt at downlighting has ever been made. These lights are blinding. The research on not being able to sleep due to ambient light is just plain scary. When you can't sleep, your life is shortened. It's real simple.
Mary, I have to ask you to wrap up, please.
I will. Dune Valley Drive is easily blocked. There's no way out if there's a disaster down here. So we know what happens when Dune Valley Drive stops. For one thing, you hope you won't need an ambulance. In conclusion, do any of the people who approved this plan actually live in Lower Dune? Would you personally be prepared to live like this? Please think about Lower Dune's permanent residents as you finalize this project. And please feel free to contact me for further information. I've done all sorts of research into this. Thank you for listening to me today.
Okay, thanks, Mary. Any questions to Mary? Okay, so as I had indicated to all of you yesterday by email, it was my intention to have this matter deferred. I'm not particularly satisfied with the results of the discussions with the college, and it is my recommendation that we defer this particular matter and ask Chair Redmond and CAO Lochner to engage in some senior level discussions with Conestoga College leadership at the senior levels to try to resolve this. When you look at a site plan map of the college, it just seems to be numerous other opportunities for the facility that that we would like to have, we would like to put in, and which the college really needs as part of their infrastructure. And I'm just thinking that maybe those kinds of discussions could take place, and there may yet be another opportunity to look at some alternatives. So if everybody's in agreement, I'd like to have this matter deferred for that purpose. Councillor Harris.
Yes, Councillor Galloway, Chair, I would support that wholeheartedly and second that deferral or referral motion if there's such one.
Okay, yeah, so if you would move it, Councillor Harris, I can't move it.
Sure. I'll move that then.
Chair Redmond is going to second it. And is there any discussion on the deferral? Okay, if you could vote then using your icons. Okay, thank you very much. That's deferred. So Mary, that matter's deferred again, and we're going to have those discussions and see if there's still yet another solution to this problem. Now we will have a break, and we'll be back at 2:15. Thank you. Everybody can turn their mics back on, please, or their cameras, whatever. Okay, we're on. We are live. Okay, welcome back, and we'll get started. The next item is, of course, the consent agenda. Are there any items on the consent agenda that anybody would like to take separately? There is one item that I want to discuss, but it doesn't have to be necessarily taken separately. Okay. Don't think we have everybody back yet, but okay, the consent agenda. Any items that people want to discuss on the consent agenda? Okay, so I do want to discuss item 8.4. I've had some discussion with staff in regards to this. This is the Franklin Boulevard improvements, the consultant selection. And I did have some discussion with staff yesterday about this. And my concern is that we only have one consultant that was deemed appropriate, and therefore we have accepted their price envelope without any kind of reference. And as I understand it, the second consultant who submitted, and to start off with, only having two consultants submit is somewhat unusual. There were a number more that picked up the package, but only two submitted. One was, I guess, through the evaluation process, as I understand it, deemed to not be satisfactory, and so their price envelope was not opened. And the other company that was deemed to be okay, their price envelope obviously was opened, and it's $669,720, but we have no reference whether or not that's a reasonable price or not. So I'm just wondering if Mr. Schmidt or Mr. Bauer or whoever, it just seems to me that there's a problem with our tendering system or our evaluation system whereby we don't get to open that second envelope to see, you know, for some kind of cost comparison purposes, to see if this price is a fair price or whether or not it's a really, really good price or whether or not, you know, it's a high price. So maybe Mr. Schmidt can help us out.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Our practice has been, when we do this type of a selection, which is it's a quality-based process with prices as a significant factor in that. And the price is approximately 15% of the overall factor in this type of a selection. What we have done as a practice is, if we have gone through the review process and the difference between the consultants is such that even if the price was, and there's a limit to how many points, you can only get 15 points on it. So if the difference on the quality is more than 15 points, we have typically not opened the pricing envelope, because regardless of what the price was, that consultant would not be successful in getting the contract. I can understand from a comparative perspective that having that price might be valuable. The thing we have found, though, is generally when consultants are that far apart in quality, and we generally have a very good consulting group here, a good industry of great consultants. There's been some major misunderstanding of what the work is that's being done, and that's why we're seeing such a big difference in the quality, or a misunderstanding of the actual abilities of the consultant. So we have generally not opened them because we feel the price probably actually is not indicative of what it would take to get that project done. Having said that, I fully understand the desire to see a comparative price. We do look, and I could get Mr. Bauer to maybe speak more to how we do look at what the prices are for similar other projects, and maybe he can speak specifically to this one, that we do compare to other projects and see what the prices we would get on those. Having said that, this project is quite unique. It involves 2 roundabouts, potentially a signal, the impact of the high school there, the pedestrian crossings at that location. So it is quite a unique and difficult project, which is, we believe, part of why we did not get very many consultants submitting on it.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Schmidt. My concern is just really just about the process. It's I don't want this review, this particular contract reviewed or anything, or deferred. It's just that at the end of the day, because we didn't open up the second envelope for the second submission, we have no comparison. Now, if there were 3 that were in the competition, then at least you would have one other envelope that you would open. So is it by our procurement policy that we chose not, or were not allowed to open the second envelope?
Through you, Mr. Chair, no, it's
or
not
is
the
that
procurement
just
policy.
something that we've decided to do? Because it seems to me that if we have that information at hand, they've submitted it in good faith, and they expect you to open the envelope, why wouldn't we open the envelope?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's a practice, so it's not in the procurement policy or bylaw. And maybe what I would suggest is if you would like, you and I could have some discussion offline about that, and we can see whether we just change that practice. So that is, we can change that as we wish, basically. There's no requirement for council direction. It's just, we can have the discussion and maybe explain it to you better. And if at the end of it you feel that we should make a change, we have no concern with making the change.
Yeah, we can have that discussion. Again, I don't want to overturn the decision, but it just kind of surprised me that we wouldn't open the envelope when the company expected us to open the envelope, and we could have, even though we would have known that maybe their hours in their submission seemed to be low, or they didn't seem to understand the scope of the work, we'd still get some kind of reference on whether or not this particular amount of money is in the ballpark. Because otherwise, we're really single sourcing this.
Through you, Mr.
In the
Chair.
end, we ended up single sourcing this because we don't know what the second company, even though their proposal may have been somewhat deficient, we don't know what they were about to charge. Mr. Bauer, you were wanting, yes, go ahead, Phil.
Thank you, through you, Chair. So we do have information in the proposals that gives us a good idea, a good indication of the level of effort that they've estimated, independent of their actual fee estimates. So we do get a breakdown of the specific staff that that they've assigned to the project, the amount of time and effort that they've assigned to those staff. And we have a pretty good sense from working with a lot of consulting firms what the typical hourly rates for typical staff are. So for more experienced staff or more junior staff. So when we look at the hour breakdowns, and we can make a pretty good determination whether a reasonable number of hours, a reasonable amount of effort has been assigned. And when we see the fee estimate from, in this case, the recommended consultant, we can see based on their hourly rates whether their rates are competitive within the industry. So, we can say with a high degree of confidence that the amount of work and the effort that they've estimated and the rates that they're charging are consistent and competitive within the industry. The terms of reference do state for the proposal that the pricing for consultants that are not shortlisted will not be open. So there is no expectation on the part of the other firms that their price would be opened if they were not shortlisted. And I can defer to our CFO Craig Dyer on this if he wants to add a comment as well. But it's a very standard practice in the industry, and if the technical proposal as submitted doesn't meet even sort of the minimum technical requirement to be competitive, it would be very atypical to actually open those prices. So that's a pretty standard practice across the industry. I would be very reluctant to change that practice. I think that would put us out of line with good procurement practices.
Okay, well, I can accept that. Okay, so the consent agenda is there for your approval. Could I have someone to move the consent? Councillor Kiefer and Councillor Foxton. Okay, if you would use the yes and no buttons to. Sorry. Councillor Clark. And then Councillor McGarry. Sorry.
That's okay. Just with regards to the matter of the expectations of proponents, I have submitted a number of bids to the region in my time, and I do know the instructions are very clear that you submit in 2 separate envelopes because you have to pass phase 1, the first envelope, before you get to phase 2. So I think that is clearly communicated to bidders.
Okay, Councillor McGarry.
If I may, Chair, I just wanted to make a brief comment about 8.5, which is the opening, hopefully this summer, of the McQueen Shaver Boulevard. And just a comment that I'm very excited to see the completion of this first phase of that particular southern boundary road, that it'll remove some of the truck traffic anyway from the downtown Galt Core. So just really a comment that I'm excited to see this move forward.
Yes, and if Jane Brewer were here, she'd be excited too.
I'm sure she's smiling from above.
Yes, she definitely will be. We might, I know we have a name for the road, but anyways, Jane, it was a labor of love for Jane for that for many, many years. Okay, so if you would use your voting icons, yay or nay, for the consent agenda as written. And that's carried, thank you. The first 2 reports on the regular agenda are to do with child care matters, and we have short presentations on both of those. So the first is on the parent survey. And we are going to have Tyler Fullerton, I believe, do the presentation.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Tyler.
It's not evening yet, but it's afternoon, yes.
Yes. Did I say evening?
No, you didn't, but I'm
Oh,
just
good.
teasing the rest of council.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. So my name is Tyler Fullerton. I'm the manager of Early Years Funding Administration in Children's Services. And I'm here today to provide a brief overview of the preliminary results of the Waterloo Region Parent Survey, which was conducted as part of stakeholder engagement to inform the development of the 2021 to 2025 Early Learning and Childcare Service System Plan. Attached to today's report is the appendix with the full preliminary results, but I'm just going to go over some highlights today. The survey was developed by Children's Services staff in consultation with a number of external and internal stakeholders, including the region's Equity, Inclusion, and Human Rights Unit. I do want to highlight that what I'm sharing today are preliminary high-level results, and data analysis is ongoing, including data disaggregation and qualitative analysis of parent comments. It's really important to acknowledge that the high level or aggregate results do not reflect the experiences of all families within the childcare system, and further analysis and interpretation is required to highlight issues or trends experienced by subpopulations. We know from previous research that experiences within the childcare system can vary significantly, and that barriers exist for families who are Indigenous, Black, and racialized, who are living with lower income, and who have a special needs child. And more analysis is needed to better understand the experiences of different types of families in the childcare system. Over 2,900 parents and caregivers participated in the survey, and the survey was open to all parents and with children aged 12 and under, regardless of whether or not they access childcare or early on services. Survey responses were received from every municipality. An average number of children per household was 1.8. The majority of respondents had a school-age child or a preschool-age child. The majority of respondents reported that both they and their children identified as white, and 27% of respondents indicated that they or their children identify with at least one racial or ethnic group other than white, including South Asian, Black, East Asian, Latin American, Middle Eastern, and 2% of respondents identified as First Nations or Indigenous. 52% of parents have an annual household income that is $100,000 or greater, and this is high relative to the general population, where in 2015, the total median income for census families was $95,000 in Waterloo Region. The majority of respondents also completed college or university, which is again high compared to the general population of adults in Waterloo Region. Based on the demographics of the parents who completed the survey, it will be important to disaggregate and further analyze to better understand the experiences of subpopulations. And it's also important to acknowledge whose voices and experiences weren't captured by the survey. Children's Services will be conducting targeted stakeholder engagement with Indigenous, Black, and racialized families, other vulnerable families, and community partners to ensure that these experiences are captured. Parents were asked to report what 2 things they would change about their experience of using licensed childcare in order to better meet their needs and preferences. And the top response was cost. 47% of parents said that the cost of licensed childcare was unaffordable for their family. And for families earning less than $40,000 a year, 66% reported that licensed childcare was not affordable. Parents' comments mentioned struggling to afford childcare, accruing debt as a result of childcare, and how the cost of childcare impacted their decisions to have more children or return to work. Said one parent, the cost. It shouldn't have to cost a fortune to send my child to a quality and safe place for care. Quality was the most reference changed, with parents noting the variability in quality across different childcare programs in the community. One parent commented, "I think there really is a divide in childcare. The quality of childcare varies through communities. Sadly, the less money you make, the less better childcare you can access." Parents also commented that they would like to see more childcare spaces available, especially infant spaces, and spaces in locations such as the townships and downtown core locations. Parents also spoke about long wait lists. Said one parent, "More access to daycare centers. We were on a wait list for over 2 years." Many parents would also like to see improvements to the waitlist and registration process for childcare, including more transparency and information about their place on a waitlist. And finally, parents wanted greater flexibility of days and hours of childcare to accommodate changing schedules or shift work. Parents were also asked to respond to various statements related to equity, including whether their family received fair and equal treatment in childcare or early on settings, if they felt their family was supported and welcome to fully participate in programs, whether differences were valued, celebrated, and welcomed in programs, and whether childcare program reflected diversity. Preliminary analysis showed that the majority of respondents feel supported, welcomed, valued, and like they've received fair treatments. But it is important to note that this experience isn't universal. As one parent noted, I don't know of any BIPOC RECEs at my center. As a person of color, it can be challenging when your ethnicity is not visible. And so this is an area where further interpretation of the data will be conducted, and disaggregation of the data is required to better understand the experience of different types of families in the local childcare system. Waterloo Region Parent Survey provides vital information on how well the early learning and childcare system is serving local families, what barriers exist, and where improvements are needed. The results will be used to shape the development and implementation of the system plan, including policy details and implementation of new funding strategies. I look forward to sharing the full results of the parent survey with Council, along with the system plan in late fall 2021. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Tyler. Any questions to Ms. Fullerton on the parent survey? Councillor Clark.
Not a question, but a comment. I do want to congratulate staff on this really very successful response rate, and even more on getting that survey into the hands of everybody. When I looked at the list of partners that we used to get that survey out to people, I started to write them down, and I gave up on writing them down because the list just went on and on and on. And I think that was really important, because we were, we set out wanting to reach people who weren't our usual respondents. So I just think staff did a great job doing that.
Yeah, through you, Chair Galloway, it really was a great collaboration with our community partners. The survey went out mostly through social media, and all of our community partners really pushed it out in order to get such a good response rate.
Great. Okay, no further questions. We'll go to, and that was for information. So the next item is an action item, and I'll call on Barb to present the presentation on childcare funding reinvestment. Welcome, Barb.
There. Thank you. Sorry about that. Can you see my screen?
We can, Barb. Yep.
Great. Thank you very much, Chair Galloway. Great to be here with you today after a really long day, and I will work through this presentation as quickly as I can. I'm here today to follow up on Council's decision from last December to enhance the region's childcare service manager role and transition out of the direct operations of our 5 Region of Waterloo Children's Centres. Today, I'm going to share some more information about the proposed plan to reinvest the money available as a result of the transition. As a result of the Children's Centre's transition, there will be about $4.3 million in provincial funding available for reinvestment in the local childcare system in 2022 after the transition is complete. This year, there's approximately $1.1 million available, and it's being invested already in grants provided directly to childcare operators to support their stability while they manage the increased costs related to COVID-19. The funding that we have available for reinvestment must be spent in alignment with provincial funding guidelines, and what I'm going to present to you today does meet all those requirements. Reinvestment priorities were developed to address identified gaps across the licensed childcare system. And you already heard about the gaps that are on this list. And I'm here to tell you that the findings from our recent engagement, Tyler's survey, are consistent with the gaps that have been identified in our past engagement. I also want to comment that there is a balance to addressing the gaps, and we have to be very careful that we pay attention to all areas, or there could be unintended consequences. And so, for example, if we addressed affordability without access, that would mean that families would be able to afford the spaces, but there wouldn't be any spaces to access. Or if we addressed access without addressing quality, it would mean that spaces are available, but the quality of those spaces may be negatively impacted and have a negative impact on children. If we address any of these areas without considering equity and inclusion, that would mean that benefits are experienced inequitably, and Indigenous, Black, racialized, and other marginalized families would be left out or further marginalized. When we were evaluating the different options as well for this funding reinvestment, we started with those system gaps, and then we looked at which gaps were most likely to be addressed by other funding. We want to make sure that we're using this an opportunity of reinvestment to be as strategic as possible to address gaps that are unlikely to receive focused provincial or federal funding that will therefore help with supporting a balanced, strong, robust childcare system. And so given ongoing federal and provincial priorities on increasing spaces and on addressing affordability, the priorities for this reinvestment of funding will be in other areas, mainly equity and inclusion, quality, and also sustainability of the system. So in the next few minutes, I'm going to outline the proposed reinvestment strategies. And the first key priority area is equity and inclusion. An equity lens was used when developing proposed strategies and will also guide the development of our operational details and policies. So the first proposed strategy will strengthen the region's role as system manager through long-term engagement with Indigenous, Black, racialized, and other marginalized families. Engagement in this area will focus on addressing systemic barriers in the childcare system. It will involve much more in-depth engagement that will build upon what's already been done in the system plan. The second strategy will grow the capacity of childcare programs through new training and coaching focused on equity and inclusion in the childcare context. And finally, grants will be available for childcare organizations to undertake their own individual initiatives to improve equity and inclusion within the context of their centers. The next area for reinvestment is in the area of quality improvement. It's well known that the quality of childcare impacts outcomes for children. It's also closely linked with equity, as more marginalized families are more likely to access lower quality spaces. The Ministry of Education monitors programs for minimum standards, but we are proposing to strengthen the accountability for quality, not just minimum standards, locally through our new quality measurement approach. This will allow the region as a system manager to monitor the quality of programs and support our programs in their journeys of continuous quality improvement. We do know that measurement, however, isn't enough, and so we're also proposing to combine the new measurement approach with additional quality improvement supports, such as coaching and professional development for childcare operators, early childhood educators, and other childcare staff. And finally, we've heard from childcare operators that lack of funding is a big barrier to improving quality, especially in areas such as purchasing new classroom materials or doing minor facility updates. So we're providing grants to childcare operators to allow them to address their quality improvement priorities. The third area for reinvestment is system sustainability and access to childcare. We want to take a flexible, responsive approach to make sure that existing spaces are sustainable in the months and years to come. And we know that COVID has placed new pressures on the system. So approximately $1.5 million is proposed to be reinvested to support the sustainability of our operators. And in 2022, these will be provided as grants with a longer-term funding approach developed next year once more is known about impacts on the system. And additionally, we are increasing access to licensed home childcare programs, and this would be supported through startup grants for new providers. actually addresses an already identified barrier to enrolling new caregivers with a licensed agencies. These new caregivers are usually women. Often they are living in low income, often identify as racialized, and they've expressed that they struggle to be able to afford the equipment that they need to provide a quality home child care program. The final reinvestment strategy is related to fee subsidy. I've already noted significant federal investments in affordability in the coming years may be expected. And in light of that, we didn't identify a widespread affordability strategy as a priority for reinvestment at this time. Instead, we're looking at our fee subsidy policies and identifying where we can make changes to improve equity in our policies. And one example is to make policy changes related to parents who work variable part-time work schedules. And we will increase the fee subsidy budget to allow these families to have more equitable childcare options, since currently they have far fewer options than other families. So to prepare for implementation over the coming months, we will be developing the details for these strategies based on the results of engagement with key stakeholders, as done as part of our system plan development. We expect to begin full implementation of strategies in early 2022 when the reinvesting funding is available and after the system plan is released. We're committed to continuously monitoring the childcare system and the effectiveness of our approaches, and will be responsive to adjust our strategies as they're needed. So thank you very much for your time today. We are excited about these opportunities to strengthen the system and make it more equitable for families.
Okay, thanks very much, Barb. We've got 3 people lined up already. Councillor Clerk.
Sorry, thanks, Councillor Galloway. I have a couple questions. The first relates to, is there a plan B? And I guess that's based on the fact that we're assuming that the federal program that's been announced is going to sort of address the affordability and access problems, and we can look at equity and quality. What happens if there's an election? Do we have something up our sleeves, or will we go back to the drawing board on that?
We would definitely reassess it based on as information such as that becomes available, and would look together with the community on how we might take a direct approach with affordability. And again, as I said, the risk is we have to just be careful that we are considering other areas. One thing I do want to note is there is the 1.5 million in sustainability funding that may be able to be reprioritized if needed as well, because that is a bit of a wild card, to be honest, because we don't know about the long-term effects of, if that sustainability is even going to be required going forward.
Thanks. Another thing, I see from the parent survey that one of the things that has come forward is the need for more flexibility and more options. When we were having these discussions back in the fall, there seemed to be an assumption that center-based care was the best, and that's what everybody needed. But my understanding is that center-based care may be the best choice or the preferred choice for people who have the privilege of working 9-to-5 jobs, but for people who work shift work or weekends, we really need to be looking at home-based care for those people, because there's no point having a center that's open overnight if the children are just going to be sleeping during it. That doesn't make any sense. So I think I see from your reinvestment plan that there is going to be some work to do to bring on board more home-based centers.
Yes, absolutely. And you touched on a few things. And yes, I think you're right that there are some misconceptions about licensed home childcare. And so our licensed home childcare team are working on continuing to increase the understanding of what licensed home childcare actually is. That said, we know that that's not always the preferred option of parents. And so what is it that we can do in the center-based system to allow for perhaps more extended hours. And these are the kinds of things that, you know, we will be working on with providers as well to determine it. Are there places where there could be extensions of hours made, and what might that look like?
Thank you. My last question, and I want to be careful to say that my question doesn't have anything to do with my last question. I'm not implying that center-based care is better than home-based care, but there were comments made about people with less income not being able to afford such good care. When I had a look at it, and it was just a cursory look, it seemed like fees were pretty consistent. I didn't see a huge difference in fees, but is there one that I just didn't notice? What's that about?
Yeah, so I'm not sure. That has come from a few studies that have been done. One of the issues is related to that is that it's often about not being able to access licensed care because they rely on perhaps a neighbor or a family member to provide informal care, which, you know, may or may not be as high quality, but we for sure know it's not monitored and has standards that it has to reach. The other is around there is a perception or a hypothesis that families who have more resources, both financially and otherwise, tend to understand how to work within the system to access the care that they would prefer for their child. And that translates into centers that parents have learned are higher quality, and they've determined are higher quality, fill more quickly. And so families who may not have the same kinds of information about getting on wait lists early, what to look for in quality childcare, how to work with, within the actual system, will end up in the spaces that perhaps are not as high a demand. So that would be the hypothesis, but the research as well supports that.
Makes sense. Yeah. Thanks very much.
Councillor Kiefer.
Yes, thank you. Thanks, Barb, for that presentation. I might have missed it, but so how do the operators get the funding that they're looking for? Do they apply for it, or do we make that selection of operators as assistant managers? How does that work?
So maybe I'll just back up a little bit. So operators who have a service contract with us are eligible for funding. One comes in the form of childcare subsidy, where our childcare subsidy program will provide payment for a child who's attending who needs subsidy. Another is through operational ongoing funding, like a general operating funding that's allocated based on the number of full-time equivalent staff that work in the center. Some of these opportunities that I've spoken about here, so such as the sustainability grants, we would put a call out to operators to let them know that funding is available. They would express interest or apply for that funding in most cases, and would be eligible to receive it based on the criteria. Okay. Does that answer your question?
It does. Thanks, Barb. And I got one more question. When you're talking about the home childcare setup, do we at the region have enough supervisors to cover off all those? Well, I'm presuming there's going to be a few, home care providers out there, and do we have enough staff to look after that type of thing? Is my question.
Yes, based on the current numbers of home childcare locations right now, there is enough staff. And remember, licensed home childcare is provided by the region, but also by 3 community agencies. And currently there are approximately 400 caregivers providing licensed home childcare across those organizations. And yes, there are enough staff to support those programs. Should the program grow, that would be something we would need to look at. And the province has their eye on that as well. And we would be working with the province to increase staffing should it grow significantly.
Thanks very much, Barb. Appreciate it.
Councillor Shantz.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation, Barb, and for putting the numbers into categories that fit with what parents are asking for. My question is around the quality improvement piece. You've got 4 FTEs for quality measurement, and then in dollars, almost the same amount for quality improvement. Can you just describe a little bit in a little more detail, maybe what the quality measurement piece is and why it requires the same amount of resources as the improvement piece?
So I'm a little hesitant to get into too much detail because this is our first discussion about this, and we need to include our childcare operators in this discussion as well. But the quality measurement approach is it is using a validated tool, quality measurement tool that would require an external person to go into each and every one of the childcare centers in Waterloo region, which is 135 centers, as well as licensed home childcare programs, to actually conduct the actual assessment and then provide feedback about that assessment, and then support the childcare program in identifying areas where identify areas where they have strengths and help them to identify some strategies they will want to do to move toward making improvements and on their continuous quality improvement journey. And so that is fairly labor intensive. That role also will be related to not just conducting the measurement tool, but supporting centers in ensuring they are meeting their requirements to their service contract. And currently that is an area that we know that has for a long time required additional support so that operators have the information they need to be able to fulfill their responsibilities as a contracted childcare operator with our service manager. Everything from funding approaches and budgets to implementing expectations under their under their service agreement related to their involvement in quality inclusion, development of policies, and so on. And so these roles are brand new. They've been long overdue. Operators have told us time and again, we need some more assistance with this work to allow us to be able to do our very best job. The quality improvement supports are more from the coaching support and training and supporting centers in further developing their skills related to everything from policy development to interaction with children to setting up the environment, supporting learning, supporting parents in an ongoing way. So it is, yes, you're right, it is a significant investment, but we see that as a key to truly making a difference right across the community so that every center has the opportunity to grow and become, the very best program they can be, and thereby making our whole system, higher quality that every family can access, and not just those who are lucky enough to find centers who have the resources to reach quality without those supports.
Thank you. That's helpful. So it's almost as much a resource as it is just measuring and walking away.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
That's helpful.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, Councillor Erb.
I don't have any more questions. They've been answered, but I'd be prepared to move the motion if you're ready for that, and just say a few words.
Okay, well, not quite yet, because we've got Chair Redmond next.
Sorry, and I will be quick. I think my question may be along the lines of Councillor Chance's, Barb, but I know when we were discussing with parents when we were looking at reinvesting in the childcare system writ large, one of the things they kept referring to was, I think it's high scope curriculum that was used in regional centers. And I'm just wondering, would that be part of the discussion that you're having with partners and care providers as you go forward of maybe taking a deeper look on spreading out the use of that curriculum?
So that's a really good question. The focus will likely be on the provincial pedagogical guidance document called How Does Learning Happen?, which looks at the 4 pillars that are essential for children to be able to grow and learn and constitute a quality childcare environment. And high scope may be, and some of the high scope principles may be something that the quality analysts, whatever we're going to call them, would provide information to centers about. But that's one curriculum tool. There are other tools that are interesting as well. So that may be one tool that they share, but it would likely be more focused on the specifics of how does learning happen, and how to really engage in that. That really addresses the importance of relationship and supporting a child's well-being and a sense of belonging and expression. And I'm forgetting the 4th pillar off the top of my head, but it will come to me in the licensed childcare environment.
So I too just want to say thank you, Barb and Hyla, and your team for bringing this really important information and moving this initiative forward. It's a really great development to see.
Okay, and if I could ask, Barb, the $4.3 million is primarily the money that we are saving by closing our centers. So is there an additional amount of money that's available, or how would new spaces get funded if a new center opened up or somebody was going to expand their operation?
So we have built into our budget through what was called a couple of years ago expansion funding, funding that is available and set aside, so to speak, used for one-time purposes in the short term, but set aside to allow for that growth. So in fact, there are an additional 5 programs that we're expecting to open in the next couple of years in schools that is receiving capital funding from the province. And in addition, there was expansion funding provided to us that would allow us to fund those centers once they get up and running.
Okay, so using the money the way this is being advised doesn't prevent new spaces from being created.
That's correct. It creates a more robust, high quality system.
Okay. So Councillor Erb, you're going to move it, and who wants to second the motion? Councillor Nowak and Councillor Erb.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Barb, and for this report and all the work that's gone into this from the time we started the initial review. I think it's almost 15 months ago, if I'm correct, and all the time and thought that's gone into it. And one of the main reasons I support staff recommendation to transition out of the direct operation of childcare centers was to create a more equitable and sustainable system for families that require childcare. And I think what you've done with the survey that you did with families and the prioritization, we're going in that direction, and I commend you for that. And I'm so thrilled to see the focus on equity, inclusion, and quality that's going to transform the childcare system and make it more accessible to the families that really need it. So thank you, and great job.
Thank you.
Okay, so if we'll call the question then, and if you would vote accordingly using your icons. And that's carried unanimously. Okay, thanks very much, Barb. Okay, so we have about 10 more items, none of which have any presentations on them, but we're certainly staff are available for questions and answers. So the next one of those is the retaining affordable housing through the region's rent supplement program. Are there any comments or questions in regards to that report? There is a recommendation. I'll ask for a mover. Councillor Kiefer and Councillor Erb. If you would vote then, please. And that is carried. The next item is the new affordable rental housing matter. Any questions or comments associated with that, Councillor Erb? You're on mute, Jim.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm happy to move this recommendation and the variety of needs that, or I guess maybe you want to get a seconder first to get it on the floor.
Councillor Armstrong.
Anyway, I'm happy to support this recommendation and the variety of needs that it's meeting for housing throughout the region with these 4 projects. And I think it's worthy to note that of the 100 units, 68 will be supportive housing, which is a big need in our community. And, you know, with the early initiatives of staff in drafting the 2021 budget, and if council would not have made the unprecedented financial commitments it did for affordable housing in the 21 budget, much of this housing would not be happening. For 2021, we had approximately 2.6 million in a combination of provincial and federal funding. And we only would have been able to build the first units of Spruce Lawn and St. Jacobs. So 80% of the units we're hopefully approving today are being funded by the region. And what to me just confirms that we, while we're always grateful for the money that comes from the provincial and the federal government, we need to continue to work at creating a long-term strategy of sustainable funding that's controlled by the region. And if we want to move forward on solving the affordable housing, we need to establish that that long-term funding that we can be guaranteed from. So, however, rather than dwelling on the long-term funding, let's celebrate the exciting initiative of these 4 applications and get the shovels into the ground.
Okay, no other questions. So if you would vote then, please. Oh, sorry, Councillor Clark.
Sorry, my hand was up and it went down again. I'm not sure how that happened. Yeah, I just, Councillor have already commented, but I really do think it's worth noting that that the units, specifically the units that are going to thresholds in Indwell, are for people who have live with mental health challenges and who are chronically homeless, and those are populations that we've identified as priorities. So it's just great to see this happening. I did have one question. We had 10 proposals, only 4 were selected this round. But I know that there are many other rounds of applications coming up from different funding sources. Will the other proponents or some of them be carried over to a future round? What happens with those bids?
Okay, so who's here? Is Ryan here to answer that? There he is.
Thanks, and through you, Mr. Chair. The way our procurement process works, Councillor Clark, is that those won't be carried forward. It would start over again. So if we were to put out another call for proposals, we'd start again. Those proposals can resubmit and can be reconsidered, but they wouldn't automatically carry over and be reconsidered.
Thank you.
Okay, so now I'll ask for the vote then on the report. And that's carried. Thank you very much. The next item is the Affordable Housing Framework Land Portfolio Strategy. And if someone wish to move that, Councillor Foxton, Councillor Jowett. Any questions? Okay, go ahead and vote. And that's carried, thank you. The next item is the long-term financial sustainability update. This is for information. Any questions? Mr. Dyer is dying to talk about financial sustainability. Please, somebody ask a question, he's saying. Okay, everybody has resisted. So that's there for information, and no doubt we'll hear about that again during the budget process. The next report is on the KVTVH, or the Kitchener-Victoria Transit Hub project. Recommendation to on an architect assignment. Is there? I'll look for a second for someone to move that and someone to second it. Councillor Jowett's going to move it. Councillor McGarry will second it. Questions? Please go ahead and vote. And that's carried. The next item is the Charles Street Terminal update. This also has a recommendation associated with the report. And who would like to move the recommendation?
I'll move that, Mr. Chairman.
Councillor Strickland, seconded by, I'm going to pick somebody. Councillor Armstrong. There's a fair bit of interest in this site, as you can see on social media and other places. Everybody has an idea what this property can be used for. So this is going to be an interesting process to, and in fact, I suspect this site can be used for multiple purposes. It's a large enough site, and we could probably build in a few different things, but not necessarily, I suspect, everything that people would like to see on it. So if you would go ahead and vote, which some of you already have, and that's carried. Thank you. The next item is the proposed traffic control signal relocation on Columbia Street, moved by Councillor Erb, Councillor Kiefer. No questions. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. The next item is a proposed level 2 pedestrian crossing on Caroline Street, associated with the Willis Way Ion Station. Moved by Councillor Foxton, seconded by Councillor McGarry. Questions? Seeing none, go ahead and vote. And that's carried. The next item is the City of Waterloo University Avenue Gateway Study. And this is for information. Any questions, comments on the Gateway Study? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to the September 2021 transit service levels. There is a recommendation associated with this report. Any questions? Who wishes to move it?
Come on, guys, get your hands up. Think of it as a stretch.
Yes. We're paying $10 for everybody who moves and $5 for seconders. So.
We have to check and see if I shaved my nerves.
And you get a second vaccine if you don't
It's
have
like
your first.
trying to incent people to get their first dose of vaccine. Councillor McGarry and Councillor Jowett. Okay, this is on the transit service levels. All in favor, please go ahead and vote. And that's carried. The regional official plan housekeeping amendment, Councillor Jowett has a conflict. Any questions? Oh, Councillor Jowett, you were just going to tell us about your conflict?
Yes, Tom, because I would like to repeat it just even one more time.
Go ahead.
Report item number 9.12, report number PDL-CPL-21-33 for the regional official plan, housekeeping amendment number 5. I have a conflict of interest given that the provincial government initiated a land conversion and it increases the property value of my property. Thank you.
Okay, so noted. Who wishes to move this? Councillor Armstrong, Councillor Nowak. Please go ahead and vote. And that's carried. The next one is on dog poop. So, there is a recommendation to essentially take no action, but it actually does more or less refer this back to the local municipalities. And I wanted to ask a question. Does anybody ask? Councillor Strickland, you're up first.
I was just going to move the recommendation, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, okay. And a seconder? Councillor Kiefer. I want to ask Mr. Arsenault, the proponent has provided some new scientific, research out of the University of Guelph that suggests the problems associated with dog waste in compost, and that there is significant potential harm or risks associated with dog waste that we tell people to put into compost. And they indicate that this is one of the first, or maybe the first, extensive research study that suggests the problem associated with that. So I'm just wondering if, I'm not sure what our, where does all our compost go, and what, if any, problems there are that might be associated with the quality of our compost, given this new research. And I guess, by extension then, what should we be doing if there is a problem? Because right now, our recommended way of getting rid of dog waste is in the compost bins.
Through you, Mr. Chair. The information provided by the proponent, at least we haven't seen anything that suggests implications on the compost. There has been a study that has been done that they have said about quality on a type of fish species. And it is a fairly small study, but something that needs to be looked at. But it's more about runoff into stormwater and into the river system. Based on our historic understanding of the quality of the Grand River, however, in the last few years and the improvements there, it's unclear as to the significance of that study. So with respect to the compost itself and our processors, both the City of Guelph and All Treat Farms, the material that is put in the green bin, and we encourage the dog poop to go in the without plastic, please, into the green bin, is fully compostable, fully pasteurized, and there is no issue on behalf of the processors to be able to use it, market it as a good compost.
Okay, so I guess the bottom line on this is if there is interest on these units being made available to be used on trails and parks, on trails and in parks, of course, which are local municipality responsibility, it would be up to the local municipalities to avail themselves of these facilities.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's correct, and they're very well entrenched in talking to these folks and doing a fine job themselves. They've been very good in providing the information to us.
Okay, so if you go ahead and vote then on the Chair Redmond.
Thank you, Chair Galloway. And this isn't terribly substantive, but I just want to commend Mr. Arsenault and say we started this meeting out with him receiving an award, and now we're talking about dog poop. And I have to tell you, colleagues, that I don't think I've ever heard the word poop mentioned so often as this term of council. I know Minister Jones was very anxious to talk about our wastewater studies and how that relates to our COVID incidents, and now we're talking about this, but I really do appreciate the fact that there is a very big cost to this, so I very much support this recommendation.
Okay. Well, we could use another word other than poop, but I think we'll just stick with poop, so. Okay, so everybody's voting on this? And that's carried. The next item is comments on Environmental Registry Ontario, regulatory proposals. There's a recommendation associated with this report. And is there any questions to staff on this one? If not, I'll look for a mover, and that's Councillor Clark and Councillor Jowett. And please go ahead and vote. And that's carried. Thank you. That, I believe, is the last of the reports. Is there any other business to bring to the meeting? Seeing none, a motion to go into closed. Councillor Kiefer, Councillor McGarry, if you please vote. And that's carried. Now a motion to adjourn. Councillor Foxton, Chair Redmond, and if you would vote as well on the adjournment. Okay, we'll stay on the line. We'll be back in about 5 minutes to finish off the closed agenda. Thank you very much.